Hello, friends. How are we doing today? We've got a really fun project today. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Hello, Layla. Did everyone have a good weekend? What did you do? Did anybody do something really fun? Tell me if you did something really fun. Tell me what you did. Hello. How's my audio level? Is it too loud? I feel like I might need to decrease my mic volume a little bit. 8 chicken wings. It's good? Okay. Good, good. Okay, well, let me know if it ever sounds like I'm, you know, hitting the top of the gain of the mic gain or gonna blow out the mic or anything like that. Still trying to get that balance right. Okay, I need to adjust one more thing. I'm gonna go on mute for a second here. Okay, and we're back. All right, almost ready. I might as well play a little snake while we're waiting, huh? Oop, oh, oh. Wait, it's all divs, always has been. Yeah, this is my finished version. We're probably going to use a mixture of sections and divs when we make it together here on stream. But yeah, the original version is all divs, but we're going to be a little bit cleaner about it and probably do a mixture of both. Sections or divs, wherever appropriate. Hello. All right, it is time to begin. So I am going to get rid of that countdown timer. All right, gonna get rid of this. Delete and delete and save and webcam. Hello. I hope everyone is doing well. Hello. Hi, Cranberry. Welcome, welcome. I'm really excited about this project. It should be pretty fun. We are going to be building a functional snake game. Um, your snake game as a kid, you died when you hit the wall. Yeah. So, I mean, there's various variations of snake out there, right? Um, and a lot of the ones that there's a ton of tutorials on how to build it on in JavaScript. A lot of them you do die when you hit the wall. This one I thought was interesting in that you don't. I think it makes it almost a little bit more fun because you can think about kind of like Pac-Man. You can think about going from one side of the screen to another. Nokia, yeah, yeah. I don't know about you guys. I had a Nokia. Oh, what was that one called? it was like a flip phone. It like flipped out into like a full keyboard, which made me look really cool. But my parents wouldn't pay for a text phone plan, so I had this awesome keyboard phone that I couldn't do anything with. Yeah, it was great. Uh, all right, so I could just play Snake all day, honestly, but let's get rid of this for now, and we'll get into it. Okay, let me get myself sorted out here. And one second, I need to make sure I got my windows in the right arrangement here. I'm still here. I'm just making sure I don't got anything behind there. No, I don't. Okay. Okay. So, let's get into it. And this project is really interesting to me, because it really it really has like nothing to do with the sorts of things we've been talking about in class, like APIs or really even object oriented program. It's got functions, but it's not really object oriented. I just thought it's just kind of a fun project, and being the last day of our break before we get back into the strenuous classwork, I really felt like this would be just a fun sort of little diversion to just make a fun little game. And the code is actually pretty cool with the amount of things that it can do. It's not that intense. Like, this is not going to be one of my like streams where you end up with just a crazy amount of code. It's really not that long. So it's kind of cool how it can do a lot of things with a very small amount of code. Now, that being said, I don't think this code is particularly efficient. After it runs for a while, it makes my laptop start to chug a little bit, but hey, it's fun either way. We're throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? Oh, Cranberry, your first phone was the Nokia 3310. That's the classic one, right? The classic brick Nokia, right? Okay, let me get this pulled up here. Now, I am going to have to figure out where my webcam should go. I might need to move my webcam to the top or the bottom right hand corner of the screen, just so it doesn't, because otherwise I think it's going to get in the way of stuff. So let me fix that. Oh, and I'll get closed captions turned on as well. All right, I'm going to move the webcam down the bottom right. We'll try that. There we go. That should be better. Okay, and we'll get captions going in just a second. Oops. Okay, captions should be starting now. So if you need captions, you should be able to enable them or disable them if you don't want them. Yeah, those Nokias were indestructible. I threw mine a few times, like accidentally, just fling it across a parking lot or something. And yeah, they just don't break. All right, well, let's get into it. I'm going to change my position here a little bit. It's been really hot where I live. I don't know. It was really hot yesterday, and it's really humid today. So I'm just like, man, I'm feeling it. I'm not ready. Not ready for summer, but I am excited about it. All right. Also, too, I'm going to, Unicorn, we just started. We are just about to get into making our snake game. And also, I'm going to share with you the GitHub repo for this game. And so we're essentially, we're going to be doing kind of like we did for the Jeopardy game. We're going to be doing commits and pushes as we go. So that way, if you want to follow along, you can follow along. And then if you have trouble with the code, you can always just grab it from the GitHub. So let me grab that GitHub link and I'll drop it into chat. Alrighty, so snake game is best phone for pockets. Yeah. I can't wait until folding smartphones become, powerful enough or feasible enough that we can have folding smartphones. Because I miss the that satisfying click when you would hang up on somebody, or even like the brick phones. They were so substantial, right? All right, so there's the GitHub link. So there's really not much in there right now. There is an HTML kind of shell. If you want to grab the basic HTML, like header and stuff, that's up to you. And then, like I say, we'll be doing commits and pushes as we go. Okay, so here we go. Let's get started. We'll start out with our HTML. It has begun. Indeed, it has. Yeah, and you'll notice too that my CSS and JavaScript files here are named slightly differently than what we normally do. You can name them normally, just don't forget to change the names in the link, the link to the style sheet and the link to the script. Otherwise, your your code isn't going to work properly, right? So name them however you want. Just don't forget to change the names in your HTML. Okay, so our HTML itself is going to be very simple. We aren't going to have a lot going on in the HTML, kind of like how we have been for the last few projects. It's been fairly simple HTML wise. But what we're going to do is we're really just inside the body, we're just going to create a container for our game board. So we're just going to have a section and we're going to give it an ID of game container. Okay, and that's going to hold basically the entire game. And we're going to use JavaScript, as we've done before. We're going to use JavaScript to actually build the game elements themselves. So we don't have to worry about any of that. And then down below, we're going to want to have containers we're going to hold our score. So we're also going to have a section, section for our score container. So we're going to call that score container. Score container, yeah. And inside of that, we're going to have two boxes, one of which is going to hold our like the amount of food eaten, so like the number of apples or whatever you call them. If you played Snake before, the snake is for some reason going after apples. I don't know of any actual snakes that actually eat apples, but who knows. But anyway, in the lore of the game, this snake really likes apples. Oh, maybe it's a biblical thing. I don't know. That's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. So inside that, we're going to have two more sections, and those are going to reference. One of is going to be for our food, and the other one is going to be for our blocks. So like the amount of blocks traveled. And I mean, you could take or leave the blocks thing, honestly. This one's just, they're both gonna have a class of scoreboard, and then they're gonna have and so inside of that the scoreboard, then we're actually gonna have a span that's gonna hold the number that changes. So we're gonna do class of scoreboard, and we're just gonna say food. And then inside of that, we're going to have a span that's going to hold the value that is going to be populated for the actual food count. So that's going to have an ID of points earned. All right, and it's going to have a default value of 0. I'm going to start at 0, and then obviously it'll change from there. Uzi, I mean, in every version of the game that I've played, it's always been an apple, but there's a jillion versions of it out there, right? So a mouse would make more sense, just in the practical sense, right? Okay, so class is scoreboard, and then we're gonna have blocks for blocks covered. Blocks. And it's gonna be just called blocks traveled. I don't know if I spelled that right. Either way, as long as I match it in my JavaScript, it doesn't matter. Okay, and then the last thing we're gonna do here in our HTML is we're gonna have, so in the mobile version of this game, so we want this version to work in honor of the Nokia. We want this version to not only work in browser, but also on mobile. So if I open this up on a phone, I expect I should be able to play it, because I would be dishonoring the Nokia if I didn't, dishonoring the origins. But so what we're going to do is we're going to also add some on-screen controls that will show up if the screen size is mobile sized, right? Um, Building snake game using HTML elements or canvas. Oh, yeah, that's another interesting thing about this, and we'll get there in a minute. Is actually we're not using canvas for this. So a lot of the games and stuff that I found, or in the tutorials and that sort of thing, they use canvas, and we've used canvas before. When we built, if you look at some of my past VODs, if you look up the Windows 95 screensaver VOD that I did, we used canvas for that. In this case, we're just doing strict, we're not using the Canvas API at all. We're just using strict JavaScript. It's kind of an interesting build, which is why I chose it. It's 1L. Oh yeah. Hi Hilu. Yeah, I got a cam. Yep, I got a webcam. So yeah, I'm excited for y'all to see me. All right, so 1L. All right, fix that. There we go. Thanks for the spelling. Okay, so next that we're doing is we are doing the on-screen controllers, right? So we just want to, if somebody's on mobile, we want those on-screen controllers to show up, and we want them to be able to just, be clickable, right? And interacted with. So we're going to have a section for that, where we're going to put our on-screen controllers. And those are just going to be called on-screen controllers. On-screen controllers. Okay. And then inside of that, we're going to have, essentially, we're going to have 4 buttons. We're going to have left, right, up, and down, just basically mimicking the arrow keys. And 2, in order to kind of arrange these, like in the way that we expect, kind of like a gamepad. So, left and right on the left and right, and then up and down on the top and bottom. We're going to get a little creative with how we're nesting our sections. So the first thing we're going to put here is we're going to put a button, and it's going to be our left button. Button ID equals left. Let's see, left. Can't spell. Left button. All right, and what we're going to use here, I think this is kind of fun, is we're actually going to use the left button emoji. So instead of having to try to find an image or something like that, we're just going to use the emoji, and it'll resize itself, as we need to. We're just using the left arrow emoji. I think that's really, I don't know, I just think that's a cool implementation. And then we're just going to create another sort of, how do I do it? Well, if you can, let's see, I got it from the an initial tutorial that I did, but when we do a git commit and push, you can grab it from the GitHub. Oh yeah, here, I'll paste it. I'll just paste it in the chat. Why am I making you wait? Here, there. I pasted it in the chat. You should be able to just grab it and drop it in your HTML. Yeah, I should be making you wait. Awesome. Yeah, I'm in Windows. Yep, Cranberry. I use a Windows machine, so this should work in Windows for you. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create like just a nested. It could be a div or section. I think since this is purely stylistic, I'm going to use a div here, but that's again stylistic choice. It's up to you. Then we're going to put our up and down buttons in this one. So 2 more buttons. Just gonna grab this. And we're going to put our up and down emojis, and I'll put these in as well. I'll paste these in chat as well in just a second. And if you can guess, we're going to call these up button and down button. Okay, and then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do our right button. So this one, oops. And I'll just get the rest of these emojis for you here. So right button is going to have the right emoji. Hey, Pierogi, welcome, welcome. All right, so I pasted left in already, but I'll put them all in for you again. So left and up and down and right. Okay, there we go. I put them all in chat for you. So you can have them, you can drop them in your HTML and those should work just fine for you. Hello. All right. And I think with that, I think we're about done with our HTML needs. It's going to be very simple this time around. Not a lot we got to do here. So, yep, I think that's it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and save this. And I'm going to go ahead and do a commit for you as well. So I've already done the initial commit, so I've created the project already. And so now we're just going to do a git add and git commit -m for our message. And we're going to say HTML complete. All right. And then we're going to do our git push. So now if you reload the GitHub page, it should have the completed HTML in it if you want to follow along. Or if you're joining late, you should be able to grab the completed HTML so you can keep up. And I'll get the link to the GitHub again for you if you need it as well. Oh, Rascal's got it. Thanks, Rascal. Okay, so we're finished with our HTML. Let's go ahead and live server this bad boy and just see how we look so far. We're not going to see a lot. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot here, but I hate it when it does that. There. Okay. So obviously not a lot, just buttons with we've got our score blocks, we've got our buttons, but you can see that the emojis are in there. So good start. Now we'll keep fleshing this out, and we'll be able to watch it change in real time as with our little live server doohickey here. So you don't need to write oh no, I had already initialized the repo. And so if after you initialize it, then once you set the origin, then all you need to do is just do your git commit and your git push, and that's all you need to do each time. So it makes it much simpler if you once you set the origin for the first time. Yeah. Okay, shrink this down just a little. Okay, that's good enough for now. All right, so our CSS is going to be fairly narrow. All right, CSS time. Nope, you don't need to write it every time. No, just do git add dot, git commit with your message, and git push. As long as you set the origin like for the first time, and if you don't set it properly, your git bash console, your git bash console window should tell you what to do. Like should give you an example of your code snippet to write to set the origin. Then yeah, that's all you got to do. Yeah, and Rascal said, yep, -u is short for set upstream. Once it's set, it's done for that local branch forever. Yep, exactly. Okay, so CSS. Alrighty. Pierogi, I mean, by modules, are you talking like, what is it, NPM and stuff like that? Like node type stuff? All right, so for our CSS, we're just going to set some simple styling on the body. And so the body is really only going to have a couple things going on for it. We're going to set a background color. And I chose a nice purple, like, because I was trying to kind of match like the Twitch colors, just, little subtle advertising there. But that's up to you, obviously. So I chose a purple. And text align center. We want everything to be centered. And that's all. That's pretty much it for the body. There we go. That looks better. Oh, Git submodules. Okay, in GitHub. Yeah, no, I haven't used those before. I'm not familiar with those at all, actually. Do tell if if it's something that might be useful. And then we're also going to do some styling, obviously, on our game container, and we use the pound sign because that is, or the octothorpe, because we're referring to an ID here. So we're going to set the width of our container to now this is, again, this is up to interpretation, but whatever width and height you use for your game container, it has to be a square, and we're going to be setting some like pixel values and stuff later. And so it could, if you get too crazy with your game board width and height, it could actually mess up your JavaScript. So I would start with 40 VW and a height of also 40 VW. But you can, play with it a little bit later if you want. And again, so we're using VW here, right? So VW is viewport width. So whatever the width of the visible window is, it's going to take essentially 40% of that. And then also, again, for the height, we're also using viewport width. So for our height units, we're using the width units because we want it to be a square. So the size of our overall square is going to change or flex based on the width of our window. So like if I'm on a mobile screen, which is a lot narrower, right? I want that that square to shrink down. So that's why we're using viewport width here. No, we're actually not going to be using Canvas for this, which I think is really interesting. Hello. Yeah, we're not going to be using Canvas for this. Yeah, you can use VW. Yeah, and I think that's really cool is that you can, because if you think about it, like a mobile device, some mobile devices like tablets and stuff could be pretty much as tall as like a regular laptop screen or taller, but they are going to be definitely be narrower, right? And so VW is a good sort of way to resize, something that's square and resize it width and height at the same time. Yeah, Yakido, we're just using vanilla JavaScript and vanilla everything this time around. Yeah, it is going to be interesting, and that's kind of why I chose this. I worked off of a tutorial. I'm not going to lie. I worked off a tutorial to build this, and I thought it was interesting in the fact that it didn't use Canvas when so many. When pretty much everything uses Canvas, right? So I thought it was really cool. The implementation is pretty neat. So I'm excited to get there. All right, so let's keep going on this. So the margin around it, the edges of our container is going to be 1 VW and then auto to be centered. So because we want our container to center itself in the middle of the window. We're going to give it a background color of essentially black. And we're going to give it a border as well, because I kind of want this to look like a retro, like one of those little handheld games you might pick up like in the store for $5 you'd beg your mom for, and you'd play it for half an hour and then forget it forever until the batteries died. And so I chose kind of like a bright blue for the border. You remember when stores used to sell those, like those little mini video games that were barely video games? They used to be in the toy aisle. I had a racing car one that I actually played quite a bit. And we're also going to give it, so in the border radius, if you remember, the border radius rounds the corners of our box. So we want the corners of our box to be slightly rounded. And we're also going to give it a little bit of a shadow so it looks like it's standing out from the background. Hey, Gakito. I am actually. I don't know if you are. Or Gakito, are you in the? Are you in 100 Devs, or did you come here from the Twitch homepage, or somewhere else? So we're actually in a. We're all in sort of like a training training course called 100 Devs, and it's basically just it takes you from nothing to a full stack web developer. It's a pretty fun course, totally free, just on Twitch. And I'm just a streamer that is taking the course, and I like to stream fun projects that I'm learning. So I'm a SQL dev during the day. So I'm employed as a SQL developer for my full time job, but I'm learning full stack. So I have just started out in JavaScript. So I like to find fun projects to keep me occupied and keep me interested. Get even a little black box setter. All right, let's save this and see what we got. Ooh, hey, look at that. With Leon, yeah. Yeah, so if you look now, we've got a nice container that's at 40% of the view width, right? And it's a square because we made the units equal on both sides. We've got our nice border. So yeah, now we've got, this is going to be our little game window. And obviously it's going to be bigger when I make the window bigger, but that's what it looks like for now. So that's all the formatting that we need on our game container. VWVH, yeah. So I mean, there's pros and cons to it, right? Just like there is for anything. With VWVH, it's always going to change based on how much of the window is visible, right? And so if you want certain things to stay static, like buttons, generally with buttons, you don't want their size to flex and distort too much when you're when you're resizing a window, right? You want your buttons to generally stay a consistent size. So with those, you probably want to use a standard unit like pixels or something like that. But and also VHVW, they don't inherit. So if you're trying to do like nested boxes and trying to do some complex size calculations based on the size of the parent, they aren't gonna VHVW don't work for inheritance either. But I mean, they are nice for when you want something that's just like a simple shape that's just going to resize itself based on whatever the window size is, and basically always stay within the window. If you use those VHVW units, you're really never going to have something that's going to overflow the window that it's in. Oh yeah, definitely watch the videos. Yep, yep. I'm just a streamer that's associated with Leon. I'm in the cohort. I just stream for fun, and we all learn together. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, definitely, yeah. Check out the JavaScript videos. It's really fun, and feel free to tune in live if you want. He'll be having another live class on Tuesday. Yeah, exactly. So it's all about thinking ahead, sort of to you're using it on your card element and the text inside, so it was changing with the size, like you said. Yeah. So it's just important to think about, when do I want to use static units like pixels versus when do I want to use flexible units that are gonna change based on window size. So yep, it's a semantic decision, right? So now so here's where it starts to get interesting. So we're going to declare a new class called game board pixel. Now, what is this going to be? So this is going to be the actual pixels inside of our game canvas. So inside of our little game window here, we're going to have a bunch of pixels that are going to basically fill up with like our snake's body and the food, and they're going to change their appearance based on the game variables. So this is going to be kind of cool. Yeah. So we're going to set the width and the height of each pixel, width, to be essentially like one unit in the game board. So we're going to have 40 pixels in width and 40 pixels in height. So the width and height of each pixel is going to be 1. So we're going to have like 1600 pixels in this whole game board. It's going to be rad. All right, so width, height, and then border radius. So Bunaki, yeah, I mean border. So VH and VW can be kind of hard to use sometimes. Personally, I kind of like them. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna take that. It's just, personal preference, right? Whatever works for you. That's what I love about all this stuff. It's so flexible. I mean, people, like Leon always says, you can hand something to 10 different coders and they're going to come up with 10 different ways to solve the problem, right? Okay, so border radius is going to be that. And also, too, I'm going to start out with adding a border to our pixels just for now. Oh, and also, too, we're going to float these bad boys. I know, float, right? Like what? This is another reason why I thought this tutorial was interesting. The fact that we're using float again, but here it actually does work. We haven't yet. So yeah, pool size mug. I know. Julia. So yeah, we actually haven't set game board pixel on the HTML. So if you're looking at the the HTML that I uploaded to the GitHub, you'll notice there's nothing called game board pixel in there. That's because we're going to create it using JavaScript, just solely from JavaScript. We're going to generate a bunch of pixels. It's going to be rad. So this is a little foreshadowing for you. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is so this is like essentially an empty pixel, right? It has a width and a height, but there's nothing in it. It's empty. We're going to add, just to show you, we're going to get rid of, hang on, I'm going to add an outline. We're going to add an outline just to show you where they are, and then we're going to remove the outlines a little bit later after we generate the pixels. Solid red, yeah. All right, so if I save this, you'll notice that even though, I put an border here, but there's nothing showing up, that's because we haven't generated our pixels yet. We need JavaScript for that. All right, we're still scarred from the original float. Yeah, I kind of wanted to show like a decent application of floats. Yeah. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is, so we've styled what the empty pixels are going to look like. Now let's style what a populated pixel will look like, and we're going to have a couple different styles. So there's essentially two things that can be in our game, right? We're going to have the snake body, so the little snake that snakes around, and then the other thing that we could possibly have would be food or apples or whatever, mice or whatever they are. So those are going to be like little red dots. So our snake is going to be a little green snaky snake, and then the dots themselves are going to be red. So we're going to style both of those. So first we're going to style the food. And again, we haven't created this yet. We're going to generate we're going to add and remove this class using JavaScript depending on where we want it on the screen. So our background color for our pixel that we give this food class to is going to be, I chose a red color that I liked, but you could just say red if you wanted. I just kind of messed around with the shaders until I got a color that I liked. So it's that. And then I'm going to give it a little bit of a shadow because I kind of wanted to look like, did any of you guys ever have a light bright? And this is like a really 90s kid thing, but did you guys anybody ever have a light bright? I essentially wanted to give it a little bit of a shadow to kind of mimic the back glow of like a light bright or like a really cruddy handheld video game that had a lot of like light bleed around the pixels. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wanted to give it that like light bright feel. So I added, you add just a little bit of gentle shadow to give it that bleed, that color bleed. Yeah. And then we're also going to do the snake body. So that's going to be called snake body pixel. And again, we're going to do sort of like a green for the body and then a lighter green for the shadow to, again, give it that light bleed feel. Whoops. Sorry. Background color and box shadow. And for that, we're going to do just a very light. So in the first two zeros that I'm putting in, those are just really the color offset, or sorry, the shadow offsets. And since we want the shadow to radiate evenly around all sides of the pixel, we're leaving those 0. And this is just going to have a slightly, actually, no, I'm going to do 10 pixels on the snake. No, 5, sorry. And then that's going to be a lighter green for that shadow because I want that to have sort of like a halo of light around it. All right. So snake body and snake body pixel, and then we're also going to style our containers. So we're going to have containers for our score. So our score container is essentially the thing that's holding our food and our blocks scores. And so we're going to style those a little bit too. And that's going to have the same width as our game box. So width is going to be 40 VW. And for this one, you're going to be like, what? Flex? Why are we flexing it? I don't know. We're bad coding. It's all good. And we're going to margin auto that. And then for our justify, we're going to justify the content as space around. So we want it to be essentially with the available space around the object, we want it to essentially center itself. So, and because of the way we've nested our divs, that should work just fine. So let's see what it looks like. Yeah, okay. So our buttons are in kind of the right order, except wait, hang on. I may have put the buttons in the wrong order. We'll see. I think I did. I'm going to do a little bit more styling. We'll see if I got that wrong. Bad coders. Yeah. I'm glad so many people had light brights. That's awesome. Your dad told you it was too expensive. Aw, boo. I wonder if they still sell those. Probably not. That's hard mode. Yeah, I know. Okay, so we've got our score container, and then our score board is actually the these two nested items right here. So our food and our blocks. I'll have to double check that HTML, see if I got it wrong. Scoreboard. All right, and we're gonna just give that a nice font. I chose Courier just because number one, it was the first thing on the list in the preloaded fonts, and number two, I thought it looked kind of retro. So font weight a little bold, and give it a little border radius to be rounded. 10 pixels, and then give it a border. We're just going to give it a border of like solid 5 pixels, and then kind of like the same blue color that I used for the game board. Yeah. Okay, so it's getting there. We're getting there. Color is going to be white. Background color, I want to be black. Display is going to be inline black. I don't know that we actually need this, but yeah, didn't really change anything. And our padding is going to essentially push the borders of our, push the borders of our containers out a little bit so they look a little bit better. So we're going to use, we could use a variety of things here. I'm just going to we'll do like 10 pixels. Oh, that might be too much. Yeah, it's too much. 5 pixels. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, do a little padding on there, and then little width. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Here, let's try this. Yeah, it didn't really change anything. That's all right. It should look better when it's a little bigger. We can also decrease the font size. You can also play with font size a little bit too. And then again, just like the game board, we're going to give it a little bit of a box shadow. So I'm essentially just going to grab the same box shadow that I used up here. Save that. There we go. It's got a nice shadow on it now. There. So if I just make it just a little bit bigger, and actually I think a mobile screen is going to be more like this size, then yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so that's the basic styling there for our score. And those buttons still look weird to me. Let me check and see if I missed anything here. Oh yeah, so we're gonna have some additional styling for the controllers later, but let's forget about mobile for now. Let's just focus on getting it working in the browser, and then we'll come back and we'll do the styling for the mobile only version. So for now, let's just hide the on-screen controllers. So when it's normally, we're gonna have on-screen controllers. So normally, in any other context other than mobile, we want those to just be display none. What that's going to do is just hide them. There. So for a normal non-mobile display, we don't want the controllers to be seen because we're going to have the player control the snake using just the standard arrow keys. So they won't need to click the buttons to make it move. Yeah. Okay. So for now, we're going to be done with the CSS, mostly just because I want to, hurry up and get to the JavaScript. So we'll stop that for now, and then we'll come back and we'll finish. Don't let me forget, okay? Nobody let me forget to come back and finish the mobile version later. Or the essentially what we're going to do is we're just going to do it via media queries, right? So okay, so basic styling is done. Make that a little bigger. I'm just going to kind of move this over and make it a little bigger so we can actually see what's happening. There, that's better. Okay, good deal. All right. Gonna go ahead and gonna save this again, and then we're gonna go ahead and do a commit and push, so y'all can grab it if you want to. All right, we're gonna do our git add. And for those of you who might not be familiar with Git, essentially what this is doing is when I say git add and then the dot, it's just taking all the files that are that essentially all the files that we're working on here, and it's staging them so that they're ready to be committed into our local repository. And then we're going to do git commit. And then when I say -m, that allows me to write a short message right here in the commit statement. If I didn't do that, I would be taken to either the Vim editor that's built into the command line, or a separate text editor to write a much longer message. And nobody's got time for that. All right, so we're going to say CSS browser version complete. Okay. All right, there we go. And then we're going to do git push. And this, what the final git push does is it writes it to the GitHub repository out on the internet so y'all can get to it. Thanks, Rascal. Much appreciated. All right, I'm going to hydrate again. And yes, this is a giant mug. I've got it got it turned away from the camera because it has a naughty word on it, but it is a wonderfully giant mug. 90% of the time you get so confused when you get shot into that Vim commit screen. Yeah, right? It's wild stuff. I've had to use not even Vim, but like the thing before Vim, which is called VI. I've actually had to use that a few times at work, and I disliked it so much that I actually like rewrote the process to avoid it. Don't fall in, right? The pit of Vim. Yeah, I do admire people that are very skilled at Vim. It's a skill, certainly. Yeah, Vim is great compared to V. I know. Yep, I've had to use V before, and it's wild. And actually, I work with someone who's just like who knows V so well that they're just like it's just second nature to them. They didn't even realize how like difficult it was to pick up. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna rewrite this so we don't need to use V anymore. Okay. You want to write a script for all this repetition of git add commit push. Hey, I mean, I'm sure there's probably something. I'm sure somebody's done that, right? I'm sure there's some sort of add-on you can download that just does it in a single click. Actually, though, did you know that you can do this directly from VS Code? I haven't been doing it just because I feel like it's we need to practice the commands, but let's I'll show you guys how to do it directly from VS Code if you're not familiar. So you don't need to go into the command line to do it necessarily. Once you've set up your initial repository and the origin, so once you've created that initial link, then you can just do everything else from VS Code. So let's do that real quick. All right, I'm going to check and see if I got my button order wrong here, or if that's So no, okay, it matches my notes. So I think the formatting later on should fix it. But let's just make a change here. Then I'm going to change it back. But oops, there. All right, so I just changed from, up to, from left to up. So if I save this, or yeah, all right, so we can see now that my index up here has turned kind of gold color, right? And over here on the left, I can see that my source control has lit up, um, with a little like one icon here. So if I click that, we can see that it says, oh, hey, you've got some changes here that you haven't committed yet. And so we can essentially commit them directly from VS Code, right? So we can open, and so, but essentially we already know what it is, right? So let's just go ahead and commit it. Actually, no, I don't. I'm gonna do this something else instead. I'm going to put my button back just because I don't want anybody grabbing this and getting the wrong button combination. We're going to just do like an empty div down here at the bottom, or empty. Yeah, we'll just do an empty div. It's not going to hurt anything. All right, save that. So again, the change is right here, and I can just enter my message. And so I'm just going to say test commit, and then once I've done that, I can just say commit, click the checkbox. And it's going to say, would you like to stage all your changes and commit them directly? And say, yep, I do want to do that. And so I can just sync it. And there we go, all done. So if you are getting hung up on the command line, I mean, I think Leon would prefer that we do use the command line interface. If that's really a blocker for you, then you can also absolutely do it in VS Code as well. Okay, so let's go on to the JavaScript. Man, we're just buzzing right through this. Hope I'm not going too fast for you guys. Always feel free to, stop me, tell me if you don't understand something or why I'm doing something. I'm happy to answer questions at any point. Okay, good. Gonna hydrate again here. Okay, so we're gonna take a break probably in about 10 minutes. But let's start laying out some variables and see how far we get. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set a few global variables. They're going to kind of influence how the whole rest of our code behaves. And if you remember earlier, I mentioned how important it is that our game board is a square, and that is and our pixel size is really going to kind of influence how the game behaves. Well, yeah, because we're going to be basically coding it directly into our JavaScript. So let's set a global variable here. We're going to set a constant, so it's going to be general practice for global like constants like this is to put them in all caps again, but it's not required. It's personal preference. We're going to call it line pixel count. So this is going to be essentially the count of pixels in a vertical and horizontal line on the screen. So if I go from left to right horizontally, I'm going to have 40 pixels. And then if I go top to bottom vertically, then I'm also going to have 40 pixels in that direction, right? So pixel count of a single line is that. And then we also want to know the total count of pixels on our game board. So total pixel count. It also makes the math much exactly, Rascal. Yeah, I'm sure all this math that we're going to do could be totally done, on a rectangular board or some other shape or a rhombus or whatever. But I don't want to have to do that math. So essentially, in our total pixel count. So all right, quick maths. If I want to find the total number of pixels on the game board, what do? I take the total number of pixels on a row and do what? Y'all should know this. Yes. Yeah, Julie's got it. Yep. So essentially it's just line pixel count squared, right? What's this? A Code Wars question? I know. It's like an 8Q, right? Still got that on the brain. All right. So the next thing, so we've got that. That's basically just going to power a lot of the equations that we're going to do. That's going to determine how our game behaves and what our snake is going to do at a given point. And then we're also just going to have some counters that we're going to declare. And that's just going to basically tell us how much total food eaten. It's going to just keep track of how much, how many apples the snake has eaten. And then we're going to do let total, and I'm going to spell distance, and I'm going to spell traveled right this time, I think. One L. Total distance traveled. All right, there we go. So we've been tricked. I know. Yes, 8Qs were the good old days. Now I'm on to the 7Qs. I know. Yep. It only gets harder from here, right? All right, and then the last thing we're going to declare here is we're just going to shorten our whenever we reference the game board, we just want it to be slightly shorter. So we're just going to declare game container as the document.getElement by ID. Document.getElement by ID. Just shorten that down into a single variable, which is pretty common, right? We do that for a lot of things. Okay. So those kind of are our global variables. Now we're going to start in on our functions. So essentially, the very first thing we want to do is we want to, right now our game board is empty, right? It's just an empty square with nothing in it. But what we want to do is we want to go ahead and rather than populating, 1,600 pixels by hand, right? We want to go ahead and fill that game board with pixels. And we can do that using JavaScript. We've done similar things in several projects now, right? We've done something similar in our Wordle project. We've done something similar in, what was the other thing we just did it in? Somebody remind me, what was the other thing we just did? Like a repeating, fill a space with sections or divs or whatever. We're going to call this create pixels, and we're going to use an arrow function here just because I feel like sometimes folks aren't necessarily comfortable with arrow functions, and so the more we practice them, the more comfortable we'll get, right? The food table, yeah, that was it, right? We filled the table with table elements using JavaScript. Exactly. Thank you for reminding me, Wodude. Oh, and Jeopardy. Yeah, we did that too. Cripes. Yeah, there's two more. So hint, hint, this seems like a pretty useful thing to kind of know how to do, right? To be able to fill a space of some kind with a predetermined number of elements using JavaScript. I don't know, just saying. So we can use a for loop to do that, right? And is there any difference between normal functions and arrow functions? That's a good question, Plato. So essentially what arrow functions allow you to do is they allow you to just streamline the way the function looks a little bit. So if you're writing like a single line function, rather than having to do like the the whole like function and have the brackets and have it be on multiple lines, if you have a shorter function, it can be really useful to just have it fit on a single line. You sense that you have a lot of VODs to catch up on. Hey, that's all right. That's all right. There's plenty of time. But really, as far as like behavior, you can still call them the same way. It's just it's a newer function syntax. I think it was. I mean, I'm sure Rascal knows this, but I think it was just introduced with ES6, right? The most recent version of JavaScript. So, and we're going to say for let I equals 1. Now we normally start for loops with 0, right? But you'll see why we're doing that here in a second. So either way, it doesn't change the behavior, right? So we're going to say I less than total pixel count. So essentially, we just want to loop through until we have created 1,600 pixels to fill our space, right? I plus plus. Oops. Let's see, wait. No, that's fine. Okay, cool. All right. And then there's a lot of different ways to do this, right? So you could do like the whole like child element and append child element, and kind of like we've done before. I think previously all the other times we've done this is we've done like, create child element, append, create, append. This tutorial actually used a really interesting way that I hadn't thought of before, which I think is kind of cool. So we're going to use it. Again, neither one is better or worse. I just think it's kind of neat. All right, so we're going to say game container dot inner HTML, and in that we're going to use a template literal here, and we're going to essentially like manually build the HTML string, which I think is kind of neat actually. So we're going to say game container dot inner HTML, and then we're going to have a space, and we're going to say then we're going to manually build the tag. So we're going to say div class game board pixel, give it an ID of pixel, but we're going to give it a specific ID of whatever pixel it is on the game board. And so in order to know what pixel it is on the game board, we can just add in I. So it's going to be like pixel 1, pixel 2, pixel 3, blah, 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 right? So pixel I, and then we can close that tag. And then I'm going to show you how we'll run this, and I'll show you what happens when we run it and what it does. All right, so get that, and then that's all we need to do there. So essentially, we're just manually building the entire HTML string for each individual pixel, which again, a different way of doing it. Maybe not the way that I would be doing it if I was doing this from scratch, but hey, it's good to try different things as we go. Oh, and I have one too many brackets there. I'm sorry. There. Oh, Rascal. Hey, did this manually. Built an HTML template literal with my multiplayer trivia game. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it just depends. It also depends on what you're using it for, right? So here we're just building it out just to get it on the board. And essentially what this is going to do is it's just going to populate our game board for us. So let's see. I'm going to see if I can maybe call this. Is it okay to use inner HTML? I read something about it creating vulnerabilities in your code. Yeah, that is true. So there's the potential if you're using it rather than like inner text. Inner HTML, basically inner HTML allows for more inputs, right? So more characters to be placed in. So I mean, there is probably the potential for like malicious tags or malicious code of some kind to be injected directly into your script. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, where possible, you should probably use inner text. Yeah, if you've got user data, then don't use inner HTML. But if it's safe data, then you should be good. Yeah, it's again, it's a case by case decision. But yeah, you're right that inner HTML can leave you more vulnerable. Yep. All right, so let's see if we can just call this. I think we should have everything we need to just manually call it. So let's see. Ooh, that's tiny. All right. Let's see if we can do this. Create game board pixels. Boop. All right, let's see if it did it. I would expect it. Oh, there we go. Hello, look at that. It's a lot of pixels, so it takes a hot minute, right? Oh, sorry. Yep. There. And I'm just about to push this. We're gonna take a break, so I'm just about to commit and push also. So you can grab it from the GitHub as well. But yeah, so all those little red blobbies there, those are, I'll make this a little bigger so you can see better. Those are our pixels. We just built them using our JavaScript. Yeah, so pretty neat, right? You trying to type along? I know. Yeah, I'm about to commit for you, so you'll be. Especially, I know this inner HTML string is wild, right? So let's do it. Let's do a commit and push, and you can pull down and you can, have the GitHub open in your other window so it's easier to see. Yeah. Oops. That's my notes there. There. You're also eating lunch while doing so. Yeah, that makes it harder to code when you're when you're actively eating. Yeah. Okay, let's do a commit and push. So, and Rascal, if you could just drop the GitHub link again, that'd be awesome. You're the best. All right, so we're gonna do a git add, right? Scroll up a little bit. Git add. Thanks, Rascal. Git add. Git commit -m, and we're just going to say built game board. All right, and git push. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's go ahead and I feel like this is a decent stopping point, right? We've generated our game board. Oh, sure, Halu, no problem. Thanks for coming, and feel free to catch the VOD later. You can catch the entire VOD on my channel at any time. It'll be up there for 60 days, and then I'll move them to YouTube. And also too, I'll just mention that all my streams prior to March 30th, I have moved to YouTube, and you can find links to the YouTube videos on the 100 Devs Discord in both House Hamilton and Women in Tech. Though there's threads at the top. Just click on those threads, find the one that's called Mayan Wolf Streams, and you'll be able to find all the YouTube links to older videos as well. So, and I'll keep moving them to YouTube before they expire. Alrighty, so break time. Let's do 5 minutes. 5-minute timer. And again, go to the GitHub if you want to catch up on the code. Do I use comments? I need to get better at that. We'll drop some comments on here. That's one of those things I'm actively trying to improve on. Yeah. Yeah, more comments are always better, right? Okay, so I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll be right back. I can actually answer that for you, Vampy. It actually doesn't matter. I know because I do it a lot. The only time it could possibly, well, the only time it does matter is if you're actually, if you have a string that has like punctuation characters in it, like an apostrophe S, or, sorry, my dog is making a weird noise. So if you have a string like that's like an apostrophe S or like double quotes, then you can, if let's say if your string had like an apostrophe S in it, right? Then you would want to use double quotes around it, so you don't have to use an escape character to stop it from ending the string too early. Does that make sense, Vampy? Sorry, sorry about the weird noise. It's just my dog. So about 30 seconds left. So come on back if you're coming back. All right, we'll go ahead and stop the timer so it doesn't beep at you. Okay, get rid of that. Minimize this back down. Whoops, that's not right. Hang on. I hate it when I grab the wrong window. Let's see, this is the one here. Yeah. Okay. So, Vampy, if you need another example of like why we might use single quotes versus double quotes, is that, like I say, most times it's not going to matter too much. But let's say I have a string that's like, that's all folks, right? If I try to enclose that in, so let's say let string equals, that's all folks. So let's say I try to enclose it in single quotes. Look what happens. So it thinks that that apostrophe, right, is part of the string. Now we could use an escape character. Oh no, it's okay, Vampy. So we could use an escape character to. Oh, I got to turn my webcam back on. Hang on. There we go. We could use an escape character to get rid of, to get out of that apostrophe, right? Or we could just switch it and just be like doop and use double quotes instead. And so you can see that it ignores the single quote in between the double quotes. So that's an example of when we might use one versus the other. I've had to do that a few times where you have to switch, switch which one you're using based on the contents of the string itself. Yeah. Oh, when you come back, would you show again how I got the red outline on the game board pixels? Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to make sure we understand. So we'll go back to the CSS here, and I'm going to go back to my class called Game Board Pixel. Now, if you have this class, all you need to do is just add an outline. Now, we could use border, but the cool thing about outline is that it kind of just doesn't take into account like it doesn't take up any space, right? And so I've actually started using outline instead of border, just because you don't get any of those conflicts where your border is actually going to shove something onto a different line. Yeah, Jenny. Yeah. So you can also obviously use, instead of single quotes or double quotes, you can also use the template literal backticks as well. Those are all the way up in the far left of the keyboard, though. Man, I got to reach all the way up to the far left of the keyboard. Jeez. Yeah, Rascal. So somebody actually in one of my previous streams, I wish I could remember who, they were like, just use outline. Why are you using border? And I'm like, okay, fine. And yeah, now I kind of love outline. I wish I could remember who kept reminding me of it so that I could give them credit. Yeah. So Vampy, that's just me being inconsistent, honestly. It's whichever one. So me using single or double, and if it's not interfering with the way that the string or whatever is interpreted, or whatever I'm using, if it's not interfering with that in any way, I just use whichever one my finger hits first. If I remember to hit the shift key, then it's a double quote. If I don't, it's a single quote. My best practices aren't very best. Yeah, Bomboloni. Yeah, feel free to check the GitHub and see if you might have a typo somewhere. Also, too, if your CSS isn't like is your if your CSS isn't reading at all, make sure that you're consistent with make sure that you're linking to the style sheet and everything in your HTML. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going with the JavaScript. So essentially, all we've done is we've just initialized the game board, right? So, and I'm going to leave the red borders on for now. We're going to be taking those off before we go too much farther. If you want a really retro look, like a true light bright kind of look, you could always like maybe change the outline color to be like very subtle, so it's like a very subtle pixel look. That might be kind of cool. But that's up to you. All right, so let's keep going. No, I think you're good. You're fine, Vampy. That's a great question. Because yeah, I'm very inconsistent about that. Get this in the right window. Come on. Stupid Windows trying to rearrange my windows. Okay, so yeah, and let's as someone mentioned earlier, let's add some comments here. So because I think that's good practice, and we're going to try to keep doing that as we go. So first thing we do is declare. Oops, I spelled my own name. declare global variables to track game board size. So if you were to change the size of the game board to be something different, obviously you'd have to update, you have to update this pixel count, right? Track, let's see, we're also going to do, we're going to be track scores, right? So these are the scores that'll display to user. And then we're going to shorten reference to game board. And then this one is going to be for generate the game board. Generate the game board. Yeah. Okay. All right. And you can see, I mean, well, it's not going to call itself, but once we do start calling this, it takes a hot minute to generate it. This is not the most efficient way to do this. I'm going to say that again, because yeah, it takes a few seconds to generate 1,600 pixels. It's wild. It's 16,000. What's 40 times 40? 1,600, 16,000. 40 times 40. 1,600. Okay, yeah. All right, so we've created our game board. Now we're actually going to start generating the elements that are going to go onto the game board. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to also shorten our references to game pixels, just so it'll be easier to reference them later. So we're going to set up a constant for that, game board pixels. And again, we're just going to, every time we call this variable, it should reference the whole document, get element game board pixel. Document get elements by class name, game board pixel. Okay. So each time we call this, it'll just grab this whole string, right? Or this whole reference. Can I turn on? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. There you go. That should make it easier. I apologize. I should have done that sooner. Thanks for telling me. Appreciate yeah. That's one of those things. I don't know why it keeps turning off. Is there like a global setting somewhere where I can just always have word wrap on? If anybody knows, let me know. All right. So, oh, there is? Okay, good. I'm gonna find that and turn it on because it keeps turning itself off every single time. So, All right, the next thing we're going to do is, so now that we've built the game board, now we can start building the things that actually go in it, such as the snake and the food. So let's create a function that is going to generate the apples. So like the individual little dots that are going to become the apples. So we're going to declare a variable that's going to be, it's going to basically track the current position of the food on the board. So current food position. And then we're going to have a function that's going to actually generate the food. So we're going to say const create food. Again, we're going to do an arrow function here just because we can. Good practice. Because I know my knee-jerk reaction is generally to do like the classic function syntax, but I need to get better about writing arrow style functions. Editor.wordwrap is the name consortium. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Code preferences. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Maybe at the next break, if I remember. All right. So in this arrow function, all we're going to do is the first thing we're going to do is if there's any, so think about the way that the game of Snake operates, right? The snake goes around the board, it encounters an apple, it eats it, it grows, the apple disappears, and then a new apple is generated in a different place, right? And so essentially the first thing we want to do is when this function is run, we want to remove any existing food from the board because we assume that we're running it because an apple has been eaten. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to essentially remove food off the board. Now, how do we do that? So we essentially, earlier, if you remember, in our CSS, we built a class called food, right? And it had some styling. So it had a background color and a box shadow that we were applying. I said we were going to apply it to pixels. So essentially what we want to do to delete the food is remove the food class off of a pixel. Because when we create the food, we apply it to a pixel. When the food is eaten, we remove the class and it goes back to just being a black pixel like before. So we're going to say, now, quiz question for you. If I want to essentially look at a grid and grab a specific, or a grid or a list of items, and I want to access a specific item in that list, what can I use in order to access a specific item in a list? Yeah, an index of an array. Yeah, you guys got it. You got it. Yep. And so something kind of clever about this get elements by class name is that if there's multiple elements with the same class name, so game board pixel, in which case we have 1600 pixels with the same class name, right? It returns an array like element. I don't think it's strictly an array, but it behaves like one. It's a list of all the elements that have that same class name. Yeah, so we can treat it, we can access it like we would an element in an array. So essentially what we can do is we can say game board pixels, and then we can access like an index, current food position. So if there is food on the board, it will have a position somewhere on the board. And so we can say, all right, go to that position and remove the class to blank it out. Class list dot remove, and we're going to remove the food class. Okay, so essentially, if there's food on the board, go to the location where that food is, so the existing position, and take that class off so it becomes just a blank pixel again. Yeah, it's a collection. That was the word I was trying to think of. Yeah, thank you for that. All my first time chatters always come in with like bangers. It's like great. They always come in with like the best stuff. Choose it. They choose their first chats wisely. I love it. Yeah, you get a live HTML collection, length for each and indexing similar to arrays. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's a good point, Rascal. So anytime the DOM changes, those live the elements in that live HTML collection can change. So if I were to run some script that removed the class of game board pixel from something, it would also remove itself from that collection, even if we didn't take any action directly on the collection itself. So yeah, it's live. It flexes with as the DOM itself changes. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing we want to do, so we've cleared the board of any existing food. So now we want to create new food. Now, if I want to generate, so the food itself should always appear in a random place on the board, right? So if I wanted to generate something random, how might I do that? What could I do to generate basically a random number? You don't have to tell me the whole equation, just the general way I might do it. Yeah, math.random. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Math.random. So um, essentially what we can do is we can set our current food position equal to let's start with we're going to start with the basic equation, and then you guys can tell me what might be wrong with it. So we're going to have to add something additional to this, but we'll start with the basics. So I'm going to say math.random, right? And what this does is it generates a random number between 0 and 1. And so I'm going to multiply that times our total pixel count. So that what that'll do is it'll make it so that it covers so that it'll give us basically a point somewhere on the grid, right? Now, this looks all well and good, but what's wrong here? What am I missing? If I say math.random, which generates a random number between 0 and 1, multiply it by the pixel count. Oh, and sorry, I need parentheses. So other than the syntax error, what is the what am I missing logistically here? Yeah, parentheses, exactly. Yep. But just logistically, what am I missing with this equation? If I'm trying to access a specific pixel on the board with an index, this will get me close, but not quite there. Yeah. Yeah, you guys have got the right idea. So Dumpster, we are kind of getting our range from the total pixel count. So I mean, it'll give us it'll basically just expand that math.random to fill the full range up from 0 to max pixel count, right? But we are going to need to round it essentially to an integer. So we can do that using math.floor. Math.floor. And I mean, there's various different ways you could round it, and in the end, it's not going to matter too much. But I mean, if you're trying to be precise with the way you're generating random numbers, math.floor or math.ceiling can make a difference. In this case, we're just going to math.floor it. I think that should be fine because my math.random is going to generate a number between 0 and 1 inclusive, right? And my total pixel, so I could go up to 1. And so like 1 times 1600 is 1600. And so math.floor would just return 1600. So this should be inclusive of all values between 0 and 1600. Why does it have to be an integer? Good question, Vampy. So think about how we're going to use this, right? So current food position is going to be essentially the index of a pixel that we're accessing on the game board. So, and if you think about an array, yeah, exactly. If you think about an array, the index always needs to be an integer, right? Yep. Okay. So that should do it for current food position. And then, so we've created the position, the new position of our food. And so we can say, we can set that location on the board itself. So game board pixels at the index of current food position dot class list, because all we're doing is we're just adding this class that we've already created. We're essentially just turning the class list dot add. We're essentially just turning the dot red for now to show that it's food. That's all we got to do there. So, oops. Okay. There we go. And then that's all that function needs to do. I'm going to space this out a little bit. And so create the randomly generated food items in the game board. Yeah. Oh, hey, Max, no problem. If you do want to catch up now, you can access the code on the GitHub repo that I have set up, and you can catch up that way if you'd like. Oh my gosh, GMac, thank you so much for the tier 1 subs. Wow, you're amazing. Thank you so much. That's really appreciated. Thank you. Wow, that's so cool. Y'all are the best. Okay. Let's see. Do I have too many brackets here? Oh, I do. Yeah. Whoops. There. Okay. That should be better. Yeah. All right. So now let's test out this new function that we just built. Let's test out. Let's see if we can call create food. So I'm going to need to call create game board pixels first to generate the pixels, and then we should be able to call create food. Let's just go ahead and make this bigger. So let's do create game board pixels. If you watch, this takes a hot second to do. My laptop's like, oh, why are you making me do this? Nope, come on. There we go. It's doing it. There it goes. All right, and the next thing we want to do is we want to do create food. Oh, and I didn't save it yet. Dang it. Ah. Sorry, we got to do that again. All right, create game board pixels again. My laptops are really going to hate me now. It does not appreciate generating 1600 pixels over and over again. 1600 individual divs. There. All right, now let's do create food. So what this should do is it should generate a single red dot somewhere in there. Now, red on red might be kind of hard to see, but we'll see if we can spot it. Hey, look at that. See, it generated. Now, if I do, let's do it again. Dot. Now it's in a different place. And again. Dot. Yeah. So you can see each time it's clearing the board and it's generating a new place. Now it's interesting that it keeps doing it toward the edges of the screen. It should be completely random. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's random. But yeah, I don't know how easy that is for you guys to see, but those red dots are popping in at random locations. So that shows that that's working as expected. And once we add this into our game logic, it's going to just do that dynamically every time the snake eats an apple. Okay, close that. Okay, so hydrate here. Thanks again, GMac. It's so great. Okay, so we've created our food. Thanks. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Fatikel. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I don't know. I just like when I was initially learning SQL, like I didn't have anything like this either. And I think it's just fun to teach others and learn while I'm teaching others. So yeah, that's why I do it. Like I always say over and over again, you know, if I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be doing it. And I'm still doing it, so I'm still having fun, and I'm still having fun, so I'm, still doing it, so I'm still having fun, right? Yep, I have definitely learned a whole bunch more, than I teach, because these streams require a lot of research, and they require a lot of, trial and error, and so it keeps me on track for learning, right? Okay, so we've created our food, and the next thing we want to do is start setting up the movement, how our snake is going to move through the board. Making all the pixels made my computer lag, closing my 100,000 tabs. I know, yeah. Like I say, there's more efficient ways to do this, like using Canvas and stuff like that. This was just such a brute force way of building the board that I was like, I have to do this. It's so weird. I have to do it. I love it. You can actually ask me questions, yeah, versus the Leon chat, which goes a million miles an hour. I know, right? Yeah, I love having the smaller streams with you guys, because I can read your questions, and you can ask me questions. Yeah, it might take a minute. If you have, like, I would suggest closing as many tabs as you can, and giving it a second to chug through that. Um, two, as far, I mean, it's really just, it's a one-dimensional array. And yeah, we could probably use like a canvas or a two-dimensional array to do this. And that may be worth a refactor later on. Right now it's one-dimensional, yeah. Okay, but let's go on to, let's set up the behavior of what our snake is going to do when we start, when essentially when we start using the arrow keys to control it. So we're going to set up our start setting up snake behavior. And yeah, Chuking, yeah. This could be, this could definitely be like an XY coordinate situation as well. Yeah. It's not something I can really do on the fly, like while I'm live, but yeah, absolutely. I think this needs to be refactored so that it can perform a lot better. Totally. Okay. So let's start setting up some behavior. So, we want in the browser version of this anyway, we want the player to be able to control it using the arrow keys on the keyboard. But it's not like I can just say like arrow key up, do something, arrow key left. There are certain codes that are associated with these individual keys. And so we want to essentially associate those codes so that when the key is pressed, it reads it in and it understands like what is left, what is right, what is up, what is down. So we're going to set those up first here. So we're going to say const. Again, these are global constants, so they're capitalized. So left direction is going to equal 37, because when you hit the left arrow key, that's the code that's read in. Const up direction is going to be 38. Const right direction is 39. And const down direction is going to be 40. And so later on, when we actually read in our key inputs, those inputs are going to directly associate with these variables. And when the snake first appears on the game board, as in classic snake fashion, it's already moving, and it is moving to the right. So we're going to also define our initial direction for our snake. So let's snake current direction. We're going to start it out as moving to the right. And also too, I'm going to do a commit here. I forgot to do it after the last function. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go ahead and do an add and commit for those of you who are following along on GitHub. So we're going to do a git add. Oops. Git add, git commit dot -m created food And then we're going to do a git push. All right. So you should be able to refresh the GitHub and get to exactly where I am right now. Thanks, Rascal. All right, so our snake is going to start out moving to the right, and then we're going to subsequently, use the arrow keys to change that direction as we go. But if we think about the classic game of Snake, there's a few rules to that behavior, right? So think back to the Nokia days and how that snake might have behaved. And so let's say the snake is moving to the right, and I hit the right arrow key. I would expect that nothing will change. The snake will keep going in the same direction, right? Oh, thank you, Shah. Yeah, actually, I didn't know about that shortcut. That's awesome. So it does git commit dash am and then message apparently does both the git add and the git commit at the same time. Ooh, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you for that. I'll try to remember to use that next time. Okay, so if the snake is moving to the right and I hit the right arrow key, nothing happens. The snake keeps going to the right. Now, if the snake is going to the right and I hit the opposite arrow key, or like if the snake is going up and I hit the down arrow key, in classic snake rules, nothing is going to happen. The snake is going to keep going up and its behavior won't change. And so those are two instances where we essentially want to ignore the user input, right? And the snake should just keep going in the same direction. However, if the snake is, say, going up and I hit the right arrow key, I would expect the snake to turn, and same thing. And so if it's moving, if there's a 90-degree turn involved, essentially, I want the snake to accept that input and change its direction. Yeah, Bob Maloney, great. Yeah, feel free to catch the VOD. They're available on my Twitch channel immediately. So no worries if you got to drop off at any point. My streams tend to go long, as most of you know. Okay, so let's start defining some behavior based on those basic rules that we know that you might vaguely remember from your Nokia snake days. All right, so we're going to have a function for that. We're going to call it change direction. This is really just going to set some rules for behavior. Change direction. Yeah, I spelled direction right, I think. Yep. All right. And essentially what we're going to pass into this function is going to be the codes that we're taking in from the keyboard. So we're going to pass in a parameter called new direction code. And we're going to control the behavior based on that. So basically, if our new code is the same as the current snake direction, so let's say that, if the snake has a current direction of right direction, this one right here, and we pass in right direction, we want to ignore that input. So if new direction code is the same as snake current direction, then exit the function. There's nothing else that needs to be done. So return will just immediately kick us out of the function, right? So next, if we want to say if new direction code equals up and the snake's current direction is not down. So if I hit the up arrow and the snake is moving down, I don't want anything to happen. But if it's moving in any other direction other than up, essentially. So if it's moving left or right, I want it to honor that up input, right? So in snake current direction is not down, then essentially change direction. So set snake current direction to the new direction code. So essentially we're just reassigning the variable, right? This looks complicated, but that's all we're doing. If the snake is moving in a valid direction, or if the snake is, if the user input is valid based on the rules we just talked about, reassign the snake's current direction variable. That's all we're doing. So it looks complicated, but all we're doing is reassigning a single variable. So let's see. Oh, and I think I put this slightly out of order. I don't know if that's going to I don't know if that's going to mess things up, but we're gonna add a new we're gonna add one condition ahead of this. I skipped too far down. So this is going to be our else if, and our first if is actually going to be if new direction is left and snake's current direction is not right, then snake current direction, you already know. Snake current direction equals new direction, right? All right, and then our else if is the second thing, and the next one is going to be else if. Essentially, it's the opposite. So if our new direction is right, and the snake's current direction is not what? Just trying to see if y'all are still awake. This is the tedious part. It'll get more interesting in a little bit. This initially setting up the behavior is like the boring part, and then eventually we'll get to actually see it move. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Rascal. I knew I could count on you to be awake. Yeah, George. That's right. First time chatters coming in hot. I love it. Yeah. All right. So yeah, and it's just going to be if it's not left. Yeah. I just basically wanted a chance to take a drink. Also, see if you're awake. All right. So else if that and snake current direction. What I could just copy and paste from the previous line. I don't want to type that out. Okay. And the last thing is the inverse of the down up relationship. So else if new direction code equals. So we've done if it's left and not right, if it's up and not down, if it's right and not left. Now we just need to do if it's down and not up. Snake current direction is not up, and then then reassign the variable. Yep. So again, all this is doing is it's just make sure that the user input is valid and change snake direction variable. That's all we're doing. All right. Okay, so that's the end of that function. So that's just like the initial, and this is, we do this a lot, right? When we're thinking about complex processes, we want lots of individual little functions, smaller functions that do part of the whole task. You don't want a giant function that just does all the checks and does all the movement changes and everything like that. You want smaller functions, which are then going to funnel into larger, if this was object oriented, we'd be doing it, have it inside of a larger object. These could be methods inside of a larger object. This particular tutorial was not object oriented, but I think it very easily could be, right? We could turn these into methods inside of a larger class, which is about movement or something like that, or like a snake class or something like that. So yeah, there's opportunities for this. Okay, so we're setting the rules for the behavior, right? And then the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to set the place where our snake is going to initialize. So when the board initially loads, we want the snake to appear in the same location every single time, so that way the player knows what to expect, right? They know that, oh, the snake's going to pop in, and I know where it is, and I can start controlling it. So we're going to set an initial position for our snake's head. So like the first circle in its body, we're going to call that the current head position. And we want that position to be in the exact center of the game board. So this square, remember this is a square of 40 by 40 pixels. Does anybody know how I can get the exact center of the game board? Again, math, I'm sorry. I'm turning this into a Code Wars kata that, everybody hates the math ones. But does anybody know the answer? How I can find the exact center pixel of this square game board? Okay, yep, the Konami code. Yeah, yep, that's valid. Yeah, and I won't hold you in suspense. So the correct answer is we can just refer back to this global variable that we declared earlier. We can say total pixel count, which is the total count of pixels on the board. And since this is remember this is essentially a linear array, right? So if we want to find the exact center, we can just divide it by 2, and that'll give us the halfway point, which is incidentally halfway down and halfway across the board. And yeah, it's an even number, so it's not the exact center, but it's as close as we can get, closest integer that we can get, right? So that's going to be our starting position. It's just that divided by 2. And I'm going to also comment this out. We're going to say set starting point for snake on load. Okay. And then we're also going to declare a starting length for our snake. So, when the game initializes, the snake, we don't want to just be a single dot. A lot of times in most of the snake games, the snake starts out with a few body segments already, and then you add to those segments by eating more apples, right? So we're going to also declare a variable called snake length. Snake length. And I'm going to set it at 200. You could set it to something else if you wanted. If you want your snake to start out longer, you could start out longer. And you're going to be like, wait, 200. Wait, like 200 what? 200 apples? 200 pixels? 200 VW? What is that? Well, that was my question too. When I first started going through this tutorial, I was like, okay, 200 what? Well, the answer might surprise you. So just trust me for now. It's 200 something. 200 mind widgets. Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Let's consider it that for now. Let's see what time. So we got about 10 minutes before our next break. Okay, I think we got time for one more function. So just bear with me on the snake leg thing. We'll get back to it. So now we actually start to get to the fun part. We start to get to actually moving our snake. So finally, we can make a snake appear and start to make it move around the board. And so if we were doing this in something like Canvas, we would essentially like have a redraw. Like we would have it redraw the snake repeatedly, right? Have it redraw those elements that we've written up. And so we're going to do something kind of similar here. Essentially, we're going to have the snake on the board, and at a certain interval, we're going to redraw the snake so it acts like it's moving across the board. And so our direction, whatever, all those direction, movement variables that we declared earlier, they're going to influence where the next pixel is drawn. So we're just drawing pixels and then removing pixels from the end of the snake to make it seem like it's moving. But it's just redrawing static frames, kind of like classic 2D animation, right? You just redraw individual frames at a certain interval to mimic movement. So that's what we're doing. Start moving snake. And this function is just like you would in animation. You're going to just call the function repeatedly to keep redrawing it every single time. So we're going to call this move snake. Makes sense. Move snake. Oh, and before we get into this, I'm going to do another commit for you. So if you didn't get all the behavior stuff in the previous function, and I'm going to try that new command somebody mentioned. Scroll. There we go. Okay, I need to make sure I get it right here. Git commit. All right, let's try it. So git commit dash am. Okay. Added snake behavior rules. Oops, not that. There. Okay, let's try it. Ooh, nice. I love it. That's really rad. Thank you. Thank you, Shaw. All right, then we just still do a git push. Okay. That's awesome. All right. Now, let's start moving our snake around. So essentially what we want to do is in the previous function, we set up some variables that essentially tell the snake which direction to go. And those variables are left direction, right direction, up direction, down direction, right? So essentially now we take in those variables. We say, all right, a direction has been given, and now we tell we tell essentially we tell the board how to display that action, how to display the movement action. So we're going to say const move snake, and there's a lot of different ways you could do this, but in this case, we're doing we're just doing a bunch of strict comparisons, right? We're doing strict comparisons against a list of inputs, and so in this case, I think we're going to use a switch statement. I just like switch statements too. So we're taking in the snake current direction, right? Because that's what that's the variable that we assigned up here. We said snake current direction is going to be something, and so we're passing that in to our switch statement and evaluating what happens. So the first case is going to be if we told the snake that it needs to start going left, then we're going to do something. And then, we're going to do the same thing for up and right and down as well. Okay, so if the snake is moving left, let's pretend that let's pretend that the snake has just started and the very first, well, left is a bad choice because that's not a valid behavior, but let's say that the snake is in the middle of the board and it's starting to move up, and I hit and essentially I hit left. I would want it to move left on the board, and so that's essentially going to be like moving us backward in the array, right? If we think about all the pixels as being one giant list, numbered list going from left to right, essentially if I move to the left, I want to decrease my location on the board. So I'm going to say current head position is now 1 to the left in pixels on the board, just decreasing it by 1. And then we're essentially going to say, so the next thing we want to check too. So we move the head now 1 to the left. Now there is a little bit of literal edge case behavior here that we want to check for. So what happens if, in this version of the game, what happens if the snake's head is about to go off the edge of the board? In this version of the game, we essentially want it to wrap around to the other side of the board, right? That's another reason why I chose this tutorial. I just thought that behavior was really interesting. So rather than the fact of you hitting the edge of the board and the game being over, we want it to instead say, oh, nope, we're just going to wrap you around to the other edge and you come right out the other side. So we need to check if the new position is now about to hit the edge of the game board. So a literal edge case. So we're going to just do a quick check here to say, and we're gonna just essentially we're gonna set up a Boolean check to see if the head is at the edge of the board. So const is head at left, and this is going to return true or false. And we're going to say current head position. Now, I will say this: the math on this is a little fuzzy to me, but I get what it's doing in general. So bear with me. So we're essentially going to do current head position modulo line pixel count. So, and then we're going to say, all right, so get the modulo of the line pixel count and see if that equals line pixel count minus 1. Okay. So again, I can't quite explain exactly what that's doing. I just know it works. So, or the other thing we want to check for, so we're gonna have an or here, and or current head position is less than 0. So the less than 0 thing I get, right? Because that's like the head is oh wait, I think I just got it. Sorry. So that the if the head is about to, so if the head is going off the edge, right? So if it's going to hit -1, then we want to wrap it around. So current head position less than 0, then that's essentially hitting the top left of the board, right? The other one is, I think, checking to see is if it's on any other line other than 0, then it should wrap it around. So any other line other than the first one, it's also going to check. I think that's what it's doing, but just it works. So and so if that returns true, so if this check to see whether the snake is at the left side of the screen, if that returns true, then we want to then we want to actually do the wrap. So if is head at left is true, all right, so just by just declaring an if statement here with our variable in it and parentheses around it, essentially that's just saying, hey, if this evaluates to true, if this is a Boolean, if it evaluates to true, then perform the action. So that's a nice way of a little bit of shorthand in an if statement. If you haven't done that before, it's actually really useful. Instead of saying like if headed left is true, you don't need to say that. You can just say if is headed left. Okay. So if the head is the left side of the screen, we essentially want to wrap it all the way around to the right. So we can say current head position equals current head position plus line pixel count. And I get what this is doing. So what this is doing is it's saying if it's all the way at the left, move it all the way to the right by adding the count of pixels in the line. So essentially just saying, all right, just move it a full line's worth of pixels all the way to the right so it hits the other side of the screen. So that's just doing the wrap there. All right, and then since this is a switch statement, what do we need so that this works properly? So we're done with our case now. We're finished with our case. What do we need at the end of each case? Yeah, never forget your breaks, right? Break. All right, and speaking of breaks, segue. Speaking of breaks, we are going to go ahead and take a break. So these last couple functions have been like, whoa, we're getting into the nitty gritty of like figuring out locations on the screen and everything like that. So nailed it. I know. I'm smooth like that. Yep. So we're going to take a break for 5 minutes and then we'll come back and we'll keep going. So we're actually, after we finish this function, this is basically the meat of it, right? This is the movements, the behaviors, and so after we finish this switch statement in this function, we're actually going to be able to start kind of playing the game. So we can test and make sure everything's working, and we already tested that our food is created, and so we can make sure that we're able to generate our snake and that everything's behaving the way we expect. So I'm not going to push this just yet because the function's not complete, but I will once we're done with this function after the break. All right, so going to put 5 minutes on the timer for you. And I will see you back here shortly. Come on. All right. There we go. See you here in a couple minutes. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left. So start coming back. All righty. I'm excited to start making this thing work, right? Got all this nasty behavior stuff, and once all that's done, then we can actually make it move. Okay, stop the timer. All righty. Just pull Hold up here, there. Okay. So let's keep working through this switch statement, right? Because we did, so the first thing we did was the left direction. And essentially what we did is if a left input is passed, then decrease the head position in the so move it 1 pixel to the left essentially. So turn the head to the left and move it 1 pixel to the left. So draw that frame there, and then do some various crazy voodoo checks. Oh, I need to turn my webcam back on. Sorry. Do various checks, and I'm also gonna adjust my lighting here a little bit. There, so it's a little less harsh. Okay, there we go. So essentially do some crazy stuff to check it whether it's we're at the left side of the screen, and if so, wrap us around to the right side. So now we're going to do something very similar for the other options as well. So the other one should go faster. Okay, come on, there. All right. So next one is going to be, we'll go ahead and do, we'll do right. All right, so let's make sure we're in the right location here. So we'll do a break. Now we have our left, sorry, my dog. Case is going to be, our next case is going to be right. So if right is passed in, then, so if previously when left was passed in, we decrease the current head position. If right is passed in, we want to obviously increase it, right? Current head position. Want to pop that up by 1. And then we do a very similar check to see if the head is at the right side of the screen. So const is head at right is going to be a very similar Boolean. And again, going to be very similar in how we evaluate it as well. So we're going to take the current head position modulo line pixel count equals, now in this case, that modulo, if in order for us to essentially, in order for that variable to return true, to check if the snake head is at the right. Now this one I get, I understand more than the one to the left. But so in this case, if the snake head is all the way at the right of the screen, and we divide its current position by the number of pixels in the line, that should return 0, right? The result of that should be 0 because let's say it's at pixel 40, and we divide it by the count of line in the pixels, the count of pixels in the line. The result of that is going to be 0, and that's going to be the same for any of the line endings, right? Because they're all even rows of 40. So at any point, if we divide the position by 40 and it brings back 0, we know that the snake head is at the end of the line. So this one I actually get. All right. And so then if that comes back true, then we do a wrap. So if head is right is true, then we say, essentially we want to wrap it all the way around to the left. So we set the current head position equals the current head position minus a full line's worth of pixels to bring it all the way around to the left. So that's all there is to that. Then we can break. Let's see, I got my brackets in there, right, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. All right, so we've done left and right. Now let's do up and down. So we'll say case, do up first. Case up direction. And if up is indicated, it's so for left and right, we could just say current head position plus plus, right? Or current head position minus minus to move it left and right on the current row that we're in. Now, if we move up, essentially we're moving up one row in the grid. So hydrangea, oh good. I'm glad this is helping. This is because this way of thinking about this stuff is it's really complex, and I real talk, I'm working off a tutorial here, and so but this tutorial itself really didn't have any like descriptions of what was happening at any point. It was just like, do this to make this thing happen. And so I'm like, okay, but why is it happening? And so that's what I'm trying to demystify, like you say, demystify for you guys, is like, okay, why does this actually work? And I can't do it in every case, but in most cases I can. And it's a good exercise for me as well. So if we're moving up, we can't just do plus plus or minus minus, because that only moves us laterally on the grid. If I want to move up, I essentially have to jump a whole line's worth of pixels up the grid. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set current head position equal to current head position minus what might I subtract to move exactly one line vertically up the grid? Can anyone guess? Just try to visualize it in your head. If I'm on the grid and I want to move exactly one line up, what might I subtract? Remember, it's a linear grid, so we're counting like 1 to 40, 41 to 80, etc., etc. Krogo's got it. Yeah, we're going to subtract the line pixel count. We're going to subtract the line pixel count. So essentially what that's going to do is, let's say we're on line. So let's say we're in the middle of a row, right? And so let's say we're on, I don't know, somewhere in the middle, like pixel 60, which is between 41 and 80 on like the second line. So we're on pixel 60, and I want to go up one exactly, which that would be on the first line between 1 and 40. And so it's going to be pixel 20. So I'm going to subtract 40 to jump up to the first line and be on pixel 20. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard one to think about, right? Yep. Okay, so that's going to be, yeah, no problem. That's going to be the new position if it's up. And then again, just like for everything else, we need to check and make sure, are we going to hit the top of the screen? And if so, wrap it around so we come up from the bottom. All right, so we're going to say const is head at, not at left or right, but at top. If the head is at the top, essentially, a quick way for us to know whether or not the snake head is at the top is if we're trying to go up to a pixel that doesn't exist, right? So if we're trying, because our pixels on the first line go from 1 to 40, right? And so if we're trying to go to a pixel that's essentially less than 0, right? So if current head position, if we've just assigned it to a value that's less than 0, so let's say I was on pixel 4 and I hit up, if I subtract 40 from that, that's a negative number. So if that is less than 0, then I'm going off the board and I need to wrap. So up direction. So and then so that's essentially, if that returns true, then we want to say if is head at top, then our current head position is going to be wrapped around to the bottom of the screen. And so remember, if we've just assigned our head position to a negative number, we have a negative number sitting in that variable, right? So like if I was at pixel 4 and I hit the up arrow, it would try to move it to essentially negative 36, right? So I have negative 36 sitting in that variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say current position, which is negative 36, and I'm going to add the total pixel count to that. So what that's doing is it's essentially taking us from this negative number at the top and moving us to the same position in the very bottom row. So it's like 1600 minus 36, wherever that's at, which is be somewhere over here on the last row. So it's crazy to think about, but why do we do the position change before we check if the head is at the edge of the board? Won't it be checking the new position? Well, so for example, like just think about like the up direction here, right? So we want that negative value sitting in our variable first before we try to see where it needs to wrap to. So that negative value that's currently sitting in the variable essentially, that new position that's negative essentially tells us exactly where to put the snake head on the bottom row of the board. So we assign the new position first, and then we do the check to see whether that's a valid position or not. If it is a valid position, then we do nothing. We let that position persist. If it's not, then we essentially say, all right, well, we have the new position where the user has said the head needs to go. Now we just translate that to the opposite location on the board. So we need to know that we need to have that new position be assigned first in order for us to know where the head needs to go on the other side of the board. Yeah, no problem. This is hard. This is hard to wrap your head around, so to speak. We got to wrap our head around it first so that the snake can wrap their head around the board. Okay. All right, so we've done up, we've done left and right, we've done up, and then we'll do down. Okay, but I can't forget to have my break at the end of my case statement, right? So my manager at work is always telling like the most like just like face palmy dad jokes, and I feel like it's starting to rub off on me. And he knows they're cringy too. He takes pride in it because he's a dad, and so like some dads do, he's perfected the dad joke game, and so yeah, it's rubbing off on me. Okay, so the last case is down, and so we're essentially going to do something similar to up, right? Except in this time instead of subtracting the line pixel count from the current head position, we're just going to do the opposite. We're going to say current head position equals current head position plus 1 line's worth of pixels to put it in the same location on the next line. All right, and then we check and see if it's at the bottom. So literally the same thing is head at bottom. And I don't need an enter there. Essentially, we just check to see if the current head position is greater than the amount of pixels, right? Now, there is a -1 here. And I'm not like, I mean, I know this works, but I get why we would want to check and see if the current position of the snake's head is trying to access a location that's greater than what's available on our grid. I'm not quite entirely sure of why the need for the -1, especially since our grid does not start at 0. So it's not like it's an array where it actually starts at 0 and then, length -1 and all that for the index. But, oh, wait, I know why. It's because, so our actual pixel numbers are from 1 to 1600, right? We numbered our pixels from 1 to 1600, but we are accessing them via that collection, HTML collection. And so the indexes or indices within that collection actually do start at 0 and go to 1599. So okay, I just got it. Yeah, it took me a hot second, but I had to talk through it there. So yeah, so essentially the indices available within that collection of pixels are going to be from 0 to 1599. All right, so if that returns true, if we're trying to access a location that's greater than what we have available in our collection, then we say if is head at bottom is true, then our current head position is going to equal current head position, this time minus the total count of pixels to place us all the way back up at the top of the screen to do the wrap. Okay, so then we can close out that case statement. The tutorial has a default in there that's empty. So I'm just going to put it in there. As far as like, if the default itself is empty, then, I mean, really we could just have a return at the end, right? But I don't know. You could experiment with that both ways and see if anything breaks. I think I may have one too many brackets here. Let me make sure here. Yeah, I do. How do I keep ending with the extra brackets? Oh, now I got a red line. Oh, okay, so that's my switch statement. Oh, okay, I got it. So I close my switch statement. All right. And then there's actually a little bit more to this function, which is why that was looking weird. Okay, so essentially we have, yeah, I should turn on the colorizer. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to make a note to do that. Is that a manual thing? So I got to do bracket colorizer and turn on permanent word wrap. I'm literally writing a note. So those will make my life easier. Okay, so we've determined the appropriate position based on the entry that we've been passed. So we've set the direction. We've determined the next position of the snake's head. Yeah, sorry, Rascal. I meant I kept seeing people talk about the bracket colorizer, and I just thought that, you know, as long as I kept VS Code up to date, it might just turn itself on. But I guess I have to enable it manually somehow. Yeah, I know it's built in, right? Yeah. Okay, it's weird that it didn't. I guess I thought it would just kind of happen as long as I updated VS Code, but I'll figure out how to enable it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jenna. I'll check that out. Okay, so we've essentially determined, based on the direction that we've passed, we've determined where the next head frame, the next frame of the snake's head should be drawn. And so we can essentially say, basically now we know the position within the collection where that head is going to be. So we can set the specific pixel on the game board by saying let next snake head pixel equals game board pixels. So we're going to look in that collection of elements with that class name. We're going to look in that collection and return the pixel that's at the appropriate index. So current snake head position. So that's going to be the actual pixel, the visible pixel on the board where we're going to draw the snake's head in the next frame. Okay. And the next thing we want to check and see is if the snake has, you know, if our pixel that we're drawing, if that pixel basically intersects with the snake's body. So in Snake, if the snake curves around and it tries to intersect with itself, so if it tries to bite itself, then we want to end the game. Game should end at that point. That's really, in this version of Snake, that's really the only way that the game can end, is if you accidentally, smack into yourself. So essentially, if next snakehead pixel, so we know which pixel we're on now. We know which pixel on the board we're on. So we can check the list of classes assigned to that pixel and see if it already has an assignment that if that pixel has already been assigned as being part of the snake's body. So in our CSS, we already declared a snake body pixel here with some formatting and turn it green and give it a shadow. So essentially all we need to do is say, hey, look, does the pixel that we're about to intersect with already have that class assigned? If so, then game over. Because we can't, we can't allow the snake to intersect with itself. So if that pixel already has the body assigned, then let's see. This is a bit out of order, but we'll do the alert first. So essentially, if that happens, then we essentially just want to fire an alert to say that, hey, here's your final score. Game is over. Good job. So we can say alert. You have eaten. And remember, we have a variable that's been tracking the amount of food that's been eaten. So we can say total food eaten. You've eaten that much. And traveled. And we have our total distance variable that we've been tracking as well. So that essentially throws the final score up for the player. Thanks, Rascal, for being my my human bot. Or I assume you're real. Maybe everybody's bots. I don't know. Maybe nobody's real. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. You do any more Code Wars, Rascal, you might turn into a computer yourself. Who knows? Rascal, if you didn't know, he's like number 4 on the 100 devs leaderboard with like a ridiculous. Or are you number 3? Are you higher now? Might be. Like, just, I mean, crazy Code Wars monster. So that's the message we show the user. And then what we also want to do is we also want to reload the page. So we want to essentially reset the game board and restart the game for the user. Half human, half bot. Oh, you guys are funny. Okay, so we can do that by essentially just saying window, location, reload. I mean, and there's more elegant ways to do this. You can reset it, by essentially, you could probably do a better job at this by, setting up a specific like reset function, which would reset the snake back to its original length and reset the snake position back to its original position. This is kind of like taking a hammer to it and just being like, reload, restart. So I'm not a huge fan of this. It would probably be much better to finesse it and reset each item individually. But how do we know we're not Cylons? I don't know, man. I don't know. Those are the kind of things that, you lie in while you're recharging, while you're charging your battery in bed every night. Those are the kind of things that you think about. When I plug in my USB-C, USB-C port into my shoulder, that's what I think about. Okay, so that's essentially going to reload, restart the game. If the pixel we're trying to hit already contains a body item. So other than that, if that's not true, then we assume we're intersecting with an empty pixel, and so we want to say, hey, for this next pixel that we're going to be intersecting with, go ahead and make it part of the snake body. So add all that styling that we put together. So go ahead and add that snake body stuff. Snake body pixel. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to add some comments here because so we started moving the snake. Wrap around to new to other side of screen if needed. And for this line, we said we essentially just accessed the correct pixel within the collection. Then the HTML collection. And then the next thing we did is we essentially just said check if snake head is about to intersect with its own body. And then assuming an empty pixel, and we'll get to like the what to do when we encounter food here in a little bit, but it really, even if we do encounter food, we're going to overwrite that with the styling for the snake's body. So because we want to eat the apple, so assuming an empty pixel, add snake body styling. Yeah. Hey, you hit 500 points today. So it's going to be a long time. No, hey, 500 points is awesome. Yeah, go get it. That's right. All right, so we've created our snake body pixel. Now, essentially, this is all well and good for us to keep for us to keep moving the snake's head across the screen, right? And let's think about us, calling this function over and over again. Now, I wonder if this function might be complete enough that we could actually try running it and see what happens. I don't know. Let's try it. It might error out. We might not have enough of it built yet, but let's just see if we can do this. One second. I'm just checking something here because I want to run this and I want to like make sure that everything's working properly, right? Trying to see what else I need. Okay, so let's just go ahead and we're just gonna add calls to our, we're gonna add calls to our create game board, so that way I don't have to keep calling it manually. So we're gonna create the game board, we're gonna create some food, create the initial food on the board, and we're also going to make it so that it keeps calling the move snake repeatedly. So essentially what we want to do is we just want to keep writing new instances of the snake head, right? And moving it across the board. So if we want to just keep calling a function over and over and over again, does anybody know how we could maybe do that? How we could keep calling a function just repeatedly and endlessly over and over and over again? This is kind of a hard question. You might not know this one. That's totally fine. Oh, hot dang. KP Codes coming in hot. Yeah. Man, I tell you what, my first time chatters, y'all know when to interject. You got it. All right. So, yes, KP Codes has absolutely aced it. We need to set an interval to keep recalling the function over and over and over again. What that'll do is it'll just do it forever. It'll just keep calling that function over and over and over and over and over again endlessly. But what we're doing for our part is that as the function keeps getting called, we're passing in inputs. However, that's not going to stop the function from being called. It's just going to pass in different variables, like a directional variable, right? So it's going to keep going in, like it's going to keep going to the right endlessly until we tell it to do something else. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to say let move snake interval set interval. And what we can do there is we can tell it to say, hey, keep calling move snake, but we're going to have it call it at a certain set frequency. So a certain amount of times, I don't know, per second or whatever. So in this case, what was in there by default was 100, which I assume is 100 milliseconds, I think. So that seems, I don't know, that seems like a lot. But wait, that's one, is that one hundredth of a second? It still seems like a lot, or 1/10. I don't know. But anyway, some fraction of a second, it's going to keep recalling the function over and over again and redrawing the snake's head across the screen. So this should be enough for us to at least make sure that our basic function is working. It's not going to allow us to add any inputs, so the snake should just keep moving to the right. And also, it'll probably do something else as well, but we'll see. We're just going to try it. We're just going to YOLO here. All right, let's see what happens. Gotta love a good YOLO. Hey, look it. Check it. Oh, I'm gonna stretch. So, and I'm not like, I'm not gonna get wild with it here, but I think a good shoulder stretch is in order. Oh yeah, and a neck crack. I don't know if y'all could hear that. First try, yeah. So you can see a few things happened here. Oh yeah, and I'll commit it for you, Chanpo, here in just a sec. I think yeah, this is a good spot to commit because we have our basic stuff working, right? And then now we just add we just need to finesse it a little bit. Basic mechanics are all there. Now we just need to add the sauce. Yay, yeah. So we can see a few things worked really great here. So we got our error, we got our alert. Basically, because what happened is we started off at the right, the snake went all the way around, and it intersected itself, coming the other direction, right? So we can see that our collision mechanics are working properly. So good. We can also see that our food generated. So we can see it down there. That's our food. So the food generated properly. Great. Also, the snake wrapped. You saw it hit the right side of the screen and it wrapped itself around, right? So all of a good start, but there's an obvious problem here, right? So the obvious problem is that the snake just kept getting bigger. In snake, it's supposed to start out as a certain length and stay that length until you eat food, which then adds more length to it. So we need to set some kind of control on the snake length so that we don't just keep drawing new head frames, right? We don't just keep drawing new green circles and the old ones just stay there forever. So we need to set some kind of a trigger to get rid of the previous green circles and remove that snake class so that they turn black again. Okay, so that's the next thing we need to do. Oh, I think I might be in an endless loop here. Uh-oh. Yeah, because I never told the set interval function to stop. Whoops. All right, I'm gonna have to close it. There we go. So that was the other thing I had to do. Oh, hey, Goofy. Now this is vanilla JavaScript. So we're having fun doing some game dev in vanilla JavaScript. Yeah, with just HTML and CSS. Yeah. So it's just fun learning project. Making a very classic game. All right, so let's fix that. So the first thing we're going to fix is we're going to make sure that once the game is over, the user should be able to be done with the game, right? They should, or it should start a new game for them. So before, like, because it can't right now, it can't even get to the reload here. It can't even get to the reload because it just keeps trying to trigger the error every single time. It just keeps trying to, draw more pixels. So we need to stop that. So we're going to fix that problem, and then I'll do a commit for you so you can pull down the code from GitHub if you want. And yeah, so let's fix that first. First things first, fix the problem, and then keep making it better and fix the body length. All right. So we need to do, prior to our alert, actually, let's stop the movement prior to our alert. We need to call clear interval. So what that's going to do is it's going to stop that endless repeating of the function. It's going to stop that. So we want to clear that interval on that we assign to move snake interval. So if the snake intersects its own body, we want to stop the function from trying to draw more pixels and then fire the alert for the user and then reload the window. So that should fix that. All right, so now I'm going to do a commit for you. Git commit -am. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Goofy Ted. Yeah, we have a lot of fun. Check out some of the VODs on my channel, and we've done a lot of really fun projects. We've done Wordle, we've done Jeopardy. Yeah, just a lot of fun games and projects. All right, so we've done a lot of stuff with APIs as well. So we're going to do a commit here. I'm going to say git commit set created movement animation. All right, so we set up the animation. Obviously, there's work to be done, but this is the first draft of that. So I should do that. We'll get push. All right, so if you refresh the GitHub, you should be caught up with me. Oh, no problem, Big Suds. Yeah. Okay, so that should be fixed. Now let's make it so the snake stays the appropriate length until it encounters an apple, in which case it should grow its length by 1, right? So it should start out at whatever X number of pixels long, and then each time it encounters an apple, it should grow by 1. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So essentially the next thing that we want to do is we want to figure out remove snake styling to keep snake appropriate length. Now, I just did one like a minute ago. So can you try refreshing? I mean, like literally 60 seconds ago, I just did one. Oh, you mean are you talking about for the, well, it should be there. I can always do another one. It's no problem. Oh, no, here, I'll do another one. I'll do it now. Maybe I did something, fixed movement issue. There, do that. Okay. Here's another commit and another push. There you go. Now we should be 100% up to date. Okay. So now we're going to make sure the snake is the appropriate length. Now, callback. Well, that's something that, what was their name? I think Shaw was their name. Someone in chat recommended. So AM is essentially, so normally when you do a commit, you would say like git commit -m, and then you'd have your message, right? But first you would always have to do like a git add, right? You have to do git add dot to stage the files, and then do git commit -m with your message. It's 2 separate commands, but they advised how to shorten that into a single command, which is -am and then your message, which I think is really cool. And I didn't know. So that's super awesome. And I don't know, that's really awesome what they suggested. No, it's just, you don't have to do, you have to do it twice. You can just say, here, I'll pull it back up again. So I don't know, hopefully you guys can see that. So it's just git commit am. It has nothing to do with amend or anything like that. It's literally combining this. It's combining git add dot and and then the second command, that you previously have to do, which is git commit -m thing, right? So it's combining these two commands into one. Well, it's combining git add, and git commit -m. Yeah. Yeah, so it adds all your files to the staging area. At the same time, it's committing them with the message. Yeah, it's pretty rad. Just literally just learned it from chat. So again, that's why I do these streams, because y'all are always teaching me stuff. There's always stuff I don't know. And then you guys are like, well, of course you do this. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Y'all are smart. Okay, so controlling snake length. Now, if you recall, way back in the day, we actually declared a variable related to snake length, and at the time, and we set it to like 200, and we're just like, okay, 200 what? So we have this variable of snake length that's just been hanging out for a while, and what we're going to do is we're going to use that variable in a timeout. So a timeout essentially waits a certain period of time before doing something. And so in this case, what we want to do is we want to wait a certain number of milliseconds before we remove the class of snake body from the end of our snake. So, and depending on the length of the snake, that'll depend on the length of time that we wait before removing the tail of the snake. And so we'll demonstrate how this works. Okay, so what that's going to be is essentially we're going to wait a certain amount of time, and after that amount of time has elapsed, we're going to remove the snake body styling, that class. We're going to move that whole class off of a pixel. So what this is going to do is it's going to remember. So it's going to backtrack, and it's going to say, all right, I'm going to hold the snake body pixel in memory. I'm going to wait X number of milliseconds. And then after that amount of time, I'm going to remove the styling from it. So it's kind of cool how it works. And so, and that the amount of time that it waits is going to be determined by the snake length variable. So, and each time we eat an apple, it's going to add to that snake length variable. So it's going to make our snake longer, which I think is just wild. That's such a crazy way to think about it. Because like we could have like a variable that tracks the snake length, right? Like an array or something. And then you could say, well, if like snake, like if the current position of the tail is, X more pixels away from the head than the length. So, it's too long, that the tail is trying to be too long, then remove the styling. I mean, that's how I would think to do it, right? Is set the length, count the pixels in between the head and the tail, and see if it's too long, and then remove that amount of pixels. But in this case, this tutorial is doing it with a timeout, which I just think is super rad. It's a crazy way to think about it. I love it though. Okay, so we set the timeout. Remove the snake body pixel after waiting the appropriate amount of time. And so now let's see if that works. So we've changed a couple things here. We should be controlling for the snake length, and we should be controlling for the end game scenario where the snake's body encounters itself. So let's test this again now. Hopefully I won't get caught in another loop. The last thing we have to do is just determine what happens when the snake eats some food. But we're going to do that last. All right, so since I got caught in a loop before, I need to reinitialize my my window here. Let's see if it works. Hey, look at that. All right. Awesome. So my snake's body is now staying the appropriate length and it's wrapping properly. And unfortunately, we can't test the end game scenario yet because, I'm hitting the arrow keys right now, but we haven't passed the input from those arrow keys into our function. But the snake is at least staying the appropriate length. And I set it to 200 before, so it's occupying 2 pixels. And because we're moving it at 100 millisecond intervals, the length is 2, and then we're waiting 100 milliseconds before we remove the tail. So such a cute little snake. I know. It is very cute, isn't it? He's a cutie. Okay, so good. This is looking a lot better. And again, I have no way to trigger an end game here, so I'm just going to close the window. We're getting there. All right, so now let's go ahead before we do the food thing. Let's also actually no, let's do food first, and then we'll make it so our inputs are passed into the function. We'll do the food first because we need a way to make our snake longer. So we've increased the snake length. And then we also need to determine, okay, what happens. So, well, we made sure the snake's length stays constant, right? So we're removing elements from the tail at the same rate that we're adding new elements to the head. So it simulates the snake moving across the screen because we're adding and removing elements at the same rate. So now, but if the snake encounters food, we want to make that interval between adding and removing even longer. So if current head position of our snake equals the current position of our food, then we want to do a couple things. We want to update the total food eaten, just increment that by 1. We want to add that to the UI, get element by ID. We want to add that essentially that's our points, right? We earlier in our HTML we declared a points earned span. So in this case, we should be able to use inner text here, I think, because we're just passing a number through. So total food eaten. That should work. We'll try it. And then we also want to increase our snake length. So we have this variable for snake length, right? That determines the number of milliseconds between adding the snake styling and then removing it off the end. So in this case, we just want to add 100 to it. So snake length plus 100. Oops, not 200, 100. There. What that'll do is it'll simulate adding 1 pixel to the snake's body. Okay, and also the last thing we have to do is after the snake eats an apple, we need to essentially remove that apple off the screen and add another apple in a different location. And we've already created a function that can do that, so we're going to call create food. And create food already knows that it needs to remove an existing apple off the screen and generate a new one in a random location. So that should do that. And I'm also going to add a comment here to tell what this is doing. So determine or describe what to do if the snake encounters a food pixel. Vampy, you're funny. I'm glad it's 2 lines worth of cool. Okay, so we have almost everything we need, and then the cream on the crop is actually being able to control the snake, right? We know it can move, we know it can eat food and get longer. Now we just need to be able to control it, and this is the easiest part, right? We already know how to do this. We just need to add some event listeners. So that's the last thing we need to do. I'm gonna add comments here. Whoops, I need to click that. So all we need to do is we just need to say, these are the functions that we call initial functions to create board and start game. And then set, essentially what this is doing is setting the animation speed. So it's just calling that move snake function over and over and over again. And then the last thing we do is just add our event listeners to the arrow keys so that we can actually pass in our inputs. So we're going to add an event listener, and we're going to add it. There's various different key events that you could add an event listener to. And I mean, it can be on key down, key up, all sorts of various things. It seemed as though key down is the best choice. Although I'm not, like, there's key press, there's key down, there's key up. But as soon as you press down on the key, I think that's when we actually want the input to be passed in. However, I mean, you could also probably do key up. So as soon as the key is released, then the input is passed in. In this case, we're going to do key down. So as soon as as soon as I press down on the, and in this case too, when we're thinking about a game, right, you're probably going to be holding down, like you're going to press the arrow key and you're going to want to hold down on it to make the snake go in a particular direction. That's just kind of what you think of when you're playing a game. To make character move, press down and hold. And so in this case, we want that input to be passed into our function as soon as that key is pressed down versus when it's released. So in this case, I think it makes sense. So in that case, we're going to pass in the information about the key that's pressed as E. And we're going to pass that key information into our change direction function. Remember, our change direction function essentially is what determines the behavior. So we pass in a key press with a certain code, and it says, okay, is this a valid input? So did they press the up key when the snake is already moving up, and it determines what to do. So basic behavior parsing. So we pass that in to our change direction function, and what we're passing in there. So this is where I kind of have a question for you guys, because I couldn't find a good answer. The tutorial says to use key code, which essentially grabs the code of the key that's pressed. And so if you remember, if we look back up at our change direction function, which was all the way up here, we get codes, which are like 37, 38, 39, or 40 from our key press. And then we use those codes to determine what direction was pressed, essentially. But as you can see, when I type in key code, it's crossed out because it says, the documentation says that key code is deprecated. However, I really couldn't find, I did some research on this and I really couldn't find like a substitution that actually worked. So does anybody know what should I be using instead of key code here in order to get the information about the arrow key that was pressed? Because I kept just researching like alternatives to key code and all that. And I kept coming back to people telling me to use key code, but I'm like, it's deprecated. So I don't know. What do you guys? Anybody know? I mean, there's nothing stopping me from using it. Just code. I did try code, but it must throw something else back rather than 37, 38, 39, or 40. Because I did try code and it still didn't. Car code. Okay, so if I do e.car code, okay, that's deprecated too. Keyboard event dot code. Okay, that's Krogo and Rita are advising keyboard event dot code. Okay. So in this case, if I just say that, it should work, right? I do think I tried that, but maybe I must have done something wrong. So, Oh, Kilo, thank you. Use your Prime sub. Yeah, that's awesome. So you don't have to, you get to spend Jeff Bezos's money, and you don't have to spend any of your own money. So that's the best. When you get to spend a little, just a tiny fraction of Jeff Bezos's money. So theoretically, e.code should work. So code is a string. Oh, okay. So I'd have to update my constants to be strings. That's probably why it didn't work. Yeah. Okay. Daddy Jeffrey's happy. Okay. Well, let's try that. So first, I'm gonna use key code at first just to make sure everything's working. So key code first. I know it's deprecated, but then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna try to set those constants to strings, and then switch it to code and see if that works. That's weird that code is a string. Huh. Okay. Well, anyway, good to know. All right. So we've got that event listener grabbing the key code for now. We're going to change it. And then essentially all we need to do is hook up the, it reads the code reads the actual key string. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's add some event listeners for now. Const left button. And what this is doing too is, if you recall, at the very beginning, we created some HTML buttons that would allow for mobile input. So we're gonna go ahead and hook up those first. Const left button. These are literal physical on-screen buttons that will be visible for mobile users. So add those. Document get element by ID. Blah blah blah. Left button. This is just putting those in. I'm gonna copy and paste here a little bit. Right, up, down, right, up, down. And if you guys don't mind, I think we're just going to keep powering through to the end because we are almost done. We're hooking up the last bits now. I don't think taking a break would be I don't think it's necessary at this point because we're nearly done. All right, up and down. Actually, no, we still need to do like the media queries and stuff for the mobile version. So let's get this working. Let's get the browser version 100% working, and then we can take a break. And if you want, you can stick around, and we will get the mobile version of our game working as well. So with the clicky buttons on the screen, and that's really just some extra CSS styling with a media query. Yeah, so Rita, this is going to work. And I'm just about to do the arrow key styling. So the first thing we did there was the mobile screen. So I'll mark that. Mark that in a comment. So adding event listeners for on-screen buttons. Yeah. So those are the on-screen buttons, and now we're going to do the arrow keys. Add listeners for arrow keys. Yeah. All right. So with these, we can just say left button on click, and then on click. Essentially, we want to pass a specific. Essentially, we want to pass a specific input into our change direction. Now, as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, well, here, let's write it out first. I'm wondering if this maybe invalidates some of the stuff we did before, but I didn't notice this before. So in this case, essentially, this is still for the on-screen controllers. My bad. So what we did before is we've already added the event listeners for our keyboard keys, and that's what we did up here, right? So in this case, what it does is you can press any key on the keyboard and it will read in information about that specific key and pass it into the function. So we've done everything we need to for the keyboard keys, and now this is still just for the clicky buttons, for the on-screen buttons. So on click of a particular button, pass a specific input into the function depending on what was clicked. So left, right. Oh wow, it just started pouring down rain where I live. Left, right, up, up, and last one is going to be down. Oh, and I spelled right wrong. I spelled right wrong. Down button and down. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be Rita. It's gonna be arrow keys. You can make it WASD if you wanted. You would just need to change your essentially we just need to change the constants that are associated with your function up here. So these these constants that we defined earlier are currently looking for the specific codes associated with the arrow keys. But you could just change them to be associated with WASD if you wanted to change the inputs. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so add event listeners, sorry. And this is added listeners for on screen. So first, this is just adding variables for on screen buttons. Adding variables, and this is adding listeners for on screen buttons. So I corrected that. There. Oh, hydrate. Okay. All right. So let's see if the browser version of our game is now fully up and running. It should be, but let's see if we've missed anything. So I'm going to test it first, and then I'll do a commit, and then we'll do a brief break. And so essentially, at this point, the browser version of our game would be fully functional. So if that's all you're interested in, then you're welcome to tap out after the break or before the break. But if you want to remind yourself how to write a media query so that you can make something that's flexible enough to work on browser and mobile, then you're welcome to stick around. But first, let's not get ahead of ourselves and let's test it out. All right, I'm going to close my port and reinitialize. See if I missed anything. Okay, so arrow keys should work now. Hey, look at that. My little snaky can move. Uh-oh. But there's something missing on my food. Oh, I think I know. So my food, I can't eat food. I can move, which is good. I can wrap, which is also good. And I'm also going to get rid of those borders too, so it's a little easier to see. So Snaky can move, but can't eat yet. All right. So it also means we can't end the game. All right. So we're almost there. Let's fix this error. We'll fix the problem. We'll do a commit, and then we'll take a break. Okay. So let's go back up to our create food. Okay, so current head position equals current food position. Snake. Okay, so wonder if it's not. I'm going to do a console log here and see if it's even hitting this function. All right, we'll try that. I don't think it is. Good. I'm glad you're thinking it's cool. Yeah, it's pretty rad, isn't it? You just need to fix the error and then we'll have it. Okay, so we're going to intersect with the food there, and then we're going to see if we get a console log at any point saying that it is, seeing if it even ever enters the function. Okay, cool. So we're going to inspect now and pull this over. See, oh, we got errors. Aha, okay, we got some errors in the console. That's okay. Ah, cannot set properties of null setting inner text at move snake. Okay, that's why it's not working, because it's stalling out inside of the food function. It can't set the inner text. Cool. I'm missing an S? Ah, you're right. I'm trying to access an element that doesn't exist. Good catch. Dang. More channel points for George. Awesome. I think that does it. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, let's try it. Change that. Easy fix. Man, eagle eyes. All right, Control S. Let's try again. Okay, no errors. Good. Now let's try to intersect with some food. Ah, yeah, look at that. Look in the console. We're hitting the function now. It's racking up those logs. And look, my snakey's getting longer. Hey! Go snakey, eat the food. Eat it. Here, I'll make it a little bigger so you can see. Eat the food, snake. All right. Hey. Now let's try it. So now that our snakey's a little longer, yeah, we can get rid of this ugly border too. Now that we've got it working. All right, now let's try to intersect with ourselves and see if we can end the game. Hey, check it. All right, so our blocks aren't working yet. We haven't incremented the number of blocks traveled, but it's keeping track of the amount of food eaten. It allowed us to end the game by intersecting with ourselves, and it gave us the appropriate alert, and it stopped the game. So perfect. All right, good to go. I would say that yeah, let's add the total distance traveled, which is literally 2 lines, and we'll take a break. I know I keep stringing you guys along, don't I? I always do that. All right. Okay, I'm going to close this for now so it doesn't restart. All right, stop. There. Okay. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is we are going to just add the total distance traveled. So total distance. So and remember, we're just drawing 1 pixel at a time. So we're just going to increment our total distance traveled during the course of drawing 1 pixel, and we're going to add that to our HTML element, which contains that information. So get element by ID, blocks traveled. I'm going to see if I can spell it right. Blocks traveled, and that's going to be intertext, and that's going to equal total distance traveled. Okay, so that should basically make the browser version of the game completely functional. Added distance traveled count. Yep, I think that should do it. I'm just double checking here. Okay, now let's do a commit and a break. Okay. Finished snake movement and interaction. Oop. For browser. There we go. Nice. Okay. Pushed. All right, code is updated. And let's take a break, and then when we come back, we will build the mobile version, which is basically it's all CSS. It's all and also too, dang it, I should have taken the border off. So if you just want the browser version, if you got to drop off, that's totally fine. Go ahead and just go into your CSS and remove that red outline. Remove the outline from the pixel class, and then that should get you the nicer looking game board. All right, so 5 minutes. I'll see you back if you want to learn how to do the media query to make the mobile version as well, which again is just CSS. All the JavaScript is done. We're just finessing the CSS now to make it mobile friendly. So I'll see you or not in 5 minutes, and yeah, we'll finish up and yeah, that's it. We'll be done. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I'll see you again here shortly. All right, we still got 2 minutes left. Nobody panic. It's all good. You got 2 minutes. I just wanted to mention it. It's like full on like thunderstorming where I live. So if the power goes out, don't panic. If my stream suddenly drops, just means I lost power. We'll see what happens. I guess it's a testament to Twitch's noise cancellation that you can't hear the thunder, the lashing rain. Yeah, the rain's good though. I just planted a bunch of flower seeds in the garden, so hopefully those come up. I'm trying to make uh, a bee friendly backyard for myself. So, trying to attract all the native pollinators and that kind of thing, butterflies, and I had a bunch of butterflies last year. Okay, 30 seconds ish. You, you spent the break playing your snake game. That's awesome. I'm glad it's educational and entertaining. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let that go off. I hope I didn't startle anyone. Okay. So we have made it so it works in the browser. Um, we'll also get rid of that CSS styling that we don't need anymore. Um, so we're gonna, first thing I wanna do is I wanna get rid of the border. We're gonna get rid of that outline that we added just for visual purposes earlier. So that should make our browser version look a lot better. You woke up your cats. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay. So let's reinitialize and make sure that that is going to behave properly. Yay. And with it, I love it with the border off. You can see the like the subtle shadows and stuff around the edge of the snake. I love that subtle glow. Like I was saying that earlier, it's like a light bright, right? Yeah. This is fun. All right, I could just sit here like Layla, like you were saying. You could just sit here and play. It looks like our blocks counter still isn't working properly, but honestly, like that's the last, that's the least important part of this probably. So let's get the mobile version going, and then we can maybe troubleshoot the blocks a little bit, figure out why those aren't counting up. All right, cool. Mobile time. Okay, let's go ahead and end the game. Well, here, I'll just close it. There isn't one thing that a possible good enhancement for this would be like a true end game button where you could just click it and it would allow you to end the game. Because right now it'll just keep going. Okay, mobile. So we're gonna go back to our CSS, and oh, and I need to turn my webcam back on. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to go back to our CSS and we're going to add a media query. And for those of you who may not be familiar, what did I change? Oh, just in the CSS, originally on our pixel class, right here on Gameboard Pixel, we had an outline. We had an outline line, and I just took that off because I just didn't want the outline on the grid anymore. Oh, okay. So I missed it. I missed creating blocks traveled somewhere. Okay, well, we'll come back and we'll fix that later. Like I say, that part's not really. Oh, do you see the lightning there? Yeah, there's lightning coming in behind me. But thank you, Rita. Yeah, thanks for finding that. Okay, let's do our media query. So for those of you who may not be familiar, what a media query allows you to do is it allows you to display or change CSS elements depending on the size of the display or even the type of the display sometimes. You could display differently on tablets versus phones versus laptops. And so this media query allows us to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to initialize a media query by using the word @media. Okay. And we're going to say media screen. Oops, not source. And also too, we can add an additional keyword here for that I don't remember if we learned about this or not, but it's only, so we can say only screen. And essentially what that does is it prevents older browsers from trying to interpret the media query at all. So it just prevent them from trying to read it in at all. So it's just like a protection against older browsers that may not behave properly. So it's going to say media screen. And also too, I think I'm missing, do I have an error somewhere? Sorry, I just got distracted by the fact. We'll come back on that later. That may just be because I haven't finished my media query. All right, and we're also going to see it. So in our media query, we want to essentially define the range in which we want this new behavior to happen. And so we're going to set a max width. And then you can play with this a little bit based on screen sizes, but we're going to set a max width of 786, which is fairly narrow. And so that's gonna just approximate a mobile screen. And so within that range of width of screen width, we want to change some of the behaviors of our existing CSS. So if the screen is narrower than that, essentially we want our game container to take up more of the screen. So when the screen is very narrow, we want our game container to occupy more screen. So we're going to change the width from 40 VW to 80 VW. So it occupies more of the screen. And I can't spell width. All right, there we go. Width. And we're going to set the height to be the same to keep it a square. So it's just going to take up more screen real estate. Okay. But accordingly, though, in order to keep our code working properly, we then also need to update our pixels to occupy the same to occupy more space as well. So our pixels now are also going to be larger. So they're going to take up 2 VW instead of 1. So essentially, larger pixels, larger screen, larger pixels in relation to the screen size. Whew. Lightning is really going. Whoa, that was a loud one. All right, so our next thing we're going to update is our score container. And again, we're just going to make it double the size. Same thing. Width is going to be 80 VW. And then the last thing we want to do is essentially, if you recall earlier, we hid, I'm trying to find it here. So we hid our on-screen controllers so that they don't display. So those clicky buttons that we added, normally those don't display unless we're going to overwrite that in our media query so that when the screen becomes a mobile screen, those screen controllers show up again and people can have the clicky buttons. Yeah. Not sure if you're woeing at the thunder or the media query, but I'll assume it's the media query. All right, so our on-screen controllers then are that's the container that holds all 4 of our controllers. So we want those to be we want that to take up most of the screen width. So we're going to set that container to have a width of 80 VW. Whoops, hang on. On screen controllers are going to hold that. We're going to give them a little bit of a margin, just so that they don't press right up against the bottom of the game board. So we're going to say margin 5 VW auto to center it. So the controllers will be in the middle and down a little bit. We're going to flex the display. Displays flex. And then we're going to justify. So remember earlier, if you were on earlier, you might have seen how the controller buttons were all kind of like squished together and looked weird, but we can force them apart a little bit by essentially saying justify content space evenly, which will kind of spread them out a little bit more. And then we're also going to align the items center. So that margin aligns the container within the window, and then align items should align the items within the container. So two different things there. Okay, so that takes care of the container. And then the next thing we're going to do is, if we look back at our HTML, let's do that real quick. So in our on-screen controller container here, we have our left button kind of by itself. Then we have a div containing our two center buttons, our up button and our down button. And then we have our right button by itself. So we've got like button, container with two buttons in it, and then another button. So we're just doing this alignment now on these items. And so the next thing we want to do is we want to style our on-screen controllers, and we want to just specifically target that div that holds our up and down button. And so we're going to flex that as well. Flex. And we want our up and down buttons to kind of mimic arrow keys. So our up button should be above our down button. So they're vertically aligned. So if I want to flex something and align two items on top of each other, what's a way that I could do that? If I have a flex box with two items in it and I want those items on top of each other, how might I do that? Yeah, you guys got it. Yeah, we're just going to flex direction. I'm going to set that flex direction to be column. Yep, so that'll stack those two buttons appropriately on top of each other. Yeah. And then, so let's just see how that looks for now. So I'm going to close the port and reinitialize. And we don't even need to play the game. We just want to look at the appearance when we shrink it down far enough. There we go. Okay, so we can see we're not quite there. But here, I'm going to move this over. There. All right, so this is kind of mimicking a mobile screen. So we can see that there's still some work to be done, but at least now our buttons are spacing themselves out. Our up and down buttons are stacked on top of each other, and I should be able to click these. And yeah, so if I click the buttons, it's really awkward when I'm not on a mobile screen, but if I click the buttons, they follow the same rules as if I was hitting the arrow keys. Beep, boop, beep, beep, boop. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so good progress there. Now we just need to style the buttons so that they're a little bigger, easier to click, and don't have those annoying white boxes around them. Okay, good. So essentially now we just want to target our buttons. So we can just target that. We could probably just say button here, but if we're being pedantic about it, we're going to say on-screen controllers button and grab the button that's specifically inside our on-screen controllers. It's a button with, the on-screen controller container. So we want to set our background color, because if you remember, buttons have some default styling associated with them. So buttons come with some styling built in. And so we want to remove some of that styling. Thank you for the hydrate. Got it? Okay. So we're going to set that background color to be transparent so it doesn't show up anymore. And we're also going to set some height and width for these. Now, again, this is going to be one of those this could be one of those situations where you might want to use pixels to keep your height static. But the controller, oh, my dog might bark. The thunder's really loud and he got a little scared there. But we'll see. Sorry if he does bark. That was just really loud. All right, so our height is going to be, but the tutorial sets the height and width at 20, so we'll just do that. But feel free to play around with this and maybe set some pixel values instead. That's kind of what I would recommend. And again, they're also using VW for font size, which again I'm not keen on. I would probably use a variant of Rem just to keep it more static, but I don't know. These can be the kind of things that you can tweak at any point, and it won't change the behavior of the game at all. So, and we're also going to take the border. So there's a built-in border on buttons, and so we can just take that border off. We're setting the background color to transparent. We're making them bigger and more easy to click, and we're adjusting the font size a little bit as well. Point. I assume according to Bo, are you referring to the point calculation? Yeah, the point calculation works. It's just Rita identified the thing that we need to fix the blocks traveled. So that should be easy. All right. So we've got our buttons styled. Oh, points. I see. Well, so you can. So here's why I like to use Rem. Because if you declare every single like font size individually, like for each element, if you give them all like individual font sizes within their individual like declarations here in the CSS, then what happens if someone is, for example, using some kind of accessibility tool in the browser that upscales their font sizes? Like for example, on this monitor here that I use for streaming, I've actually upscaled all the font sizes so it's easier for you guys to see. So it's not super small, and especially for folks with small laptops. So I've upscaled everything. But you want something that essentially is going to take your app, and if they are using some kind of upscaling or browser setting that makes fonts bigger, you want to make sure that your app is going to scale accordingly with those settings. And so using a unit like Rem allows that to happen because it references all font sizes in your code off of the global font size that you set at the beginning. So it references them in terms of like it uses that as the baseline and then scales up or down using Rem based on that initial font size. So that's my use case for Rem and why I think it's valuable to use. But again, font sizes can be specified in a lot of different ways. I just like Rem for that reason because it triggers all font sizes in your code off of just a single font size. So and even it makes things easier for you as well. So if you change the global font size, all of the other font sizes in your code will have a ripple effect and downscale or upscale based on that, which can be useful. So that's my 2 cents there. All right, so on-screen controllers button. Last couple things we want to do are just if the user is like hovering over the button or is using keyboard navigation to navigate to the button. I don't know why they would. We can control for that as well. We can say on-screen controllers button focus. If the button is in focus, then we can remove the outline. And these are not necessary. This is just sugar. Again, we're going to target the buttons again. So if the button's in focus, do that. Also, if the button is active, button active. So I believe this is if it's in the actual action of being clicked, then we can change the color. Background color can be make it gray. All right, so now let's see what that behavior does. All right, so we'll reinitialize here. Now, okay, so now look, okay, so our buttons are a lot bigger, maybe too big. um, okay, cool. And they work. And you can see when I click them, I get a very nice outline that shows me exactly which button is being clicked, which could be helpful if you're on mobile and it's very small. It just gives you a nice outline saying, hey, look, you're clicking this one. And again, for accessibility reasons, it tells you, it tells you which one you're touching. Yeah. Okay. So last thing, let's fix that issue with the box, with the blocks travel, and then we will be done. And then also too, let's watch this. So see, as I make my window bigger or smaller, see how the display changes. So you can see exactly when the media query is being triggered based on the device width. Boop. So here, no media query. Here, media query. Yeah. So those are always fun to mess with. All right. Let's commit these changes and then we'll fix the error. So we'll do a git commit -am added media query to CSS. Okay. I'll look at that in just a second. So Rita, let's look at line 87. Yeah. Yeah. So in this case, the height and width, I think it's just because in general the button the button should be square, but that's personal preference. So you can see when I click on it, if I hold it down, you can see the button is perfectly square. And so using these same units for both width and height is just a surefire way to make sure the button stays square, no matter how much the width changes. So it'll always, resize both height and width equally. Now, again, units are up to you. Personally, I would probably figure out how to declare this in pixels. So that way, as soon as the buttons appear, they stay the same size at all times. But personal preference. Yeah. So this was done just to make the button square. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to this and we'll fix the blocks travel. Now, Rita, you identified it earlier, so I'm just going to go back to that. 126. Oh, did I? Okay. Actually, I think I need to update my HTML because it shouldn't be points traveled. Yeah, it should be blocks traveled. So that that's a mistake way back from blocks. That's a mistake way back from the HTML. So I'll fix that. And then now fix that. And so now that should work. Yeah, see, look, okay. Now, if you look over here, my blocks are updating as we go. So yeah, that was an easy fix. Yeah, and so now we should be fully functional in both browser and mobile. And, like now all the guts are there. So now you can make changes easily. And it's really, I mean, there's tons of changes, things I would do differently on like the CSS here. Like I said earlier, thinking more critically about which units I'm using. And, maybe thinking about adding some buttons like a end game button or a restart game or pause button maybe, because you could definitely pause this. You could just remove that function interval and reapply it as soon as the pause is lifted. That would probably be an easy thing to do. Yeah, there's tons of stuff you could do. So I think this is a fun one because it's kind of janky, right? Like the way it's executed is super janky. It uses way too many resources to generate the game board. It doesn't use Canvas, which is like the most obvious choice, right? But I think it's super creative and it's a, I don't know, it makes you think about things in a super fun way. So that's why I chose it, just because it's so weird. But the end result that you get, I mean, like Leon always says, right? Does it work? Well, yeah, it works. Because the end result that you get is a perfectly functional game of Snake, no matter how you got there. Super cool, yeah. It is super cool. So, all right, I'm gonna do a final commit here with the finished version of the game with that error corrected. So we've already saved it. We're gonna do another commit with the fixed. I'm gonna say like fixed last error. Git commit am fixed fixed HTML error in ID name. Okay, so that should do it. Git push. My camera shook when the lightning struck. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that thunder. It was. I think it's past now. I think it's done. It was one of those storms that just like tears through, and then it dies out super quickly, but it's super violent. So I'm glad the power didn't go out. Wow, I'll have to watch that clip. But yeah, so I think we're done basically. Super fun game. Feel free to experiment with the GitHub. Like Rascal just posted it there again. If you do make improvements to the code, and I hope that you do. This might be a fun one to try to refactor to be object oriented, because I feel like this has a lot of potential to be a lot cleaner if it was object oriented. Within a class or something. I don't know if you do make improvements. And you post them on Twitter, feel free to tag me. I would love to see what you do. I read every single thing I'm tagged in, just to see what people are talking about or what people have done with the stuff that I talk about on my streams. So I'd love to see that stuff. Feel free to tag me. Yeah, it really makes my day when people do, especially with people with like a sense of like style, or people with some sense of aesthetics, visual aesthetics, because I don't have that. And so if people can take like, the JavaScript and then make something pretty, that's like, I'm always like, wow, that's so cool. That looks so good. Because I don't, as you can see by my color choices, I don't know what I'm doing. Um, you laugh, Dumpster Dev, but it's true. I can't, I can't, I don't know colors. I'm a back end dev, man. I don't have any training about this kind of stuff. But yeah, so if you do make something cool, tag me on Twitter at MayanWolf. You can do ! Twitter to get my Twitter, but I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's the same as my Twitch name. So tag me if you do make something cool. I'll definitely take a look at it and be happy to see it. But yeah, I think that's about it for now. And any last questions before we wrap up? Feel free to ask me anything. Boop. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep playing Snake. This is seriously addictive. Remember those old Nokia days waiting for the bus, playing Snake? What is the meaning of life? Apparently it's snake at the moment. Get apple. Ah, I missed it. Oh, your snake stops halfway down the page. You might need to double check. So check your CSS. So compare your CSS against mine. I think maybe you forgot to increase your pixel size. So from 1 VW to 2. Check your pixel size and make sure that your pixels are the right size. Yeah. And you can speed up the snake. Yeah. So you can speed up the snake by tweaking the interval at which the function is run. So remember we did that set interval, which calls the movement function at a set interval. I mean, of milliseconds. So you can reduce that to make it go faster. Yeah. So you can reduce. You can play around with the intervals and see what happens. Yeah, just all those times when we made references to like snake length and like intervals, just mess around with those and see what happens, because you can do some funky stuff. You can even make the snake like another fun thing you can do to make the game harder is to decrease the interval at which the snake tail is removed. So like the snake will slowly get longer over time, whether or not you actually eat any apples. It'll just make the snake slowly longer over time. Yeah. Do I ever do any SQL stuff? No, I don't. To be honest, that's my day job, and so I kind of do these streams to not do that. Not that I don't like my day job, but it's a job, you know. So right now I don't. Maybe someday in the future I will. I think I probably will do more of that. Probably do more back end stuff on stream once we get there in once we get there in 100 devs. Um, you know, in the 100 devs cohort, which we're heading that way, right? We're at APIs now. We're going to get to backend soon. I think Leon mentioned we might do a little bit of SQL. Um, yeah. So I think we'll get there. If we once we get there in class, then I will, you know, then I will do some. There's some SQL code wars. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I say, it's just, you know, maybe once we get there in class, maybe I'll do some of them. But I'm just, you know, not interested in doing more of my day job on my off hours. Am I planning on switching careers? No, I'm going to stay with SQL, at least for now. We'll see. Um, in the long term, I mean, anything can happen. Um, I'm mostly just in this for maybe some freelance opportunities because I really do like my current job. I work for a university. It's super chill, like great benefits, you know, tons of vacation, great coworkers, great boss. Pay could be better, but I mean, that's what you get with the university, right? Um, so no, I'm cool with my current job, but I do love learning all this stuff. This is so rad. You can't do any of this nonsense in SQL. SQL is so like limited in what it can actually do. I mean, it's very good at what it does, but isn't SQL or DBA the easiest way to 100K? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can if you're in the private sector, you can rack it up pretty fast. Um, I chose a university job just because I really like what the university does. And I like the benefits and I like the vacation and I don't get, you know, I'm not working 80-hour weeks. So I have plenty of time to do fun stuff like this on my off hours, right? Um, so it just depends on what you want, right? Yeah, there's a you know, doing like training stuff for SQL and doing, you know, like Udemy or whatever for SQL. A lot of the challenges that come with SQL, at least in my experience, come with learning the data structures of your employer. So your employer, you know, is going to have a certain way that their data is structured. It might make sense. It might not make sense. It might be ridiculous. It might be impossible, super hard. So a lot of it just depends. Like SQL itself, the syntax of SQL is fairly easy to pick up. The hard part is learning the data itself and how to efficiently query that data and how to efficiently work with that data and build views on that data and that kind of thing. So to me anyway, that's the hardest part. Yeah, and Mirkal's right. Pretty much any dev job, you can make 100K if you've got the skills for it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could have stored procs that return our HTML and JavaScript. Yeah, I worked for a while at a production facility that used stored procs for everything, for all the logistics regarding order flow on the production floor were all stored in stored procs that were triggered by certain conditions. It was wild. Whether you should or not is a different. Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Um, but I'm really enjoying my game of Snake, and I haven't lost yet. So I was thinking I was going to lose, and then I could just have like a good, you know, segue to say, all right, well, we're done. But I seem to be too good at this. I think you know another challenge. A thing I thought about trying to do was to make that Windows 95 game. Any of you remember called Rattler Race? Rattler Race. It was like a specific version of Snake on Windows 95, and you competed against a computer snake, and so it was way harder. So there was like two snakes on the board, and um, you have to like go around obstacles, and it was wild. I spent hours playing that game. Seems the stream a lot. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, I'm gonna get to we'll get to 80, and then I'll end it. Oh no, I can't get this one. Okay. Up, 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 up. Too good. I'm too good. All right, one more. Last one. All right. Go me. Woo. Okay. Well, thanks for joining me this evening, folks, and I hope you had a good time. Yeah, feel free to check out my GitHub if you need the source code. Um, too late, rascal. The game's over. I have to start over, and I don't think anybody wants me to do that. Um, but yeah, I hope y'all had a good time, and we can find somebody to raid if you want. If you want to stick around for that, I know it's been y'all have been hanging on for a long time, but the remainder of folks still on the stream, you're welcome to do a raid if you would like. We can see if anybody interesting is online. I'm gonna go ahead and close this because my laptop is like, kill me. Oh, my laptop cannot handle it. Um, okay, gonna pull up a raid here. Takes me a minute to get there. Yeah, we'll see if there's anybody interesting on. Stream manager. Okay. Get to my raid button. Okay, let's see if there's anybody cool on. Cool. Oh yeah, our friend Whistleface is on. If y'all don't know Whistleface, they're rad. Let's do Whistleface. I love them. They're great. So Whistleface is a house music streamer, and he's super wholesome and super fun, and yeah, he's cool. So we'll do Whistleface. They're like my go-to now. All right, you're welcome. I hope y'all have a good rest of your evening and enjoy some sweet. We're gonna enjoy some sweet music jams here as we sign off on the last day of our break before we kick up 100 devs again. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the raid. I'm getting ready to raid now. Now we'll see you guys again next Wednesday. All right, almost ready. Waiting for a couple more folks to initialize here. Good night. Still says only 63 viewers ready to raid. Hopefully, well, we'll go with that. All right, here we go. All right, enjoy Whistleface. Seriously, stick around. They're awesome.